Hello, dear friends. So glad you could join us at Fanfic Heaven. Today's narrative adventure is titled, What If Harry Was Born with Merlin's Magic Core and Accidentally Destroyed the Dursleys' House at age 6? We put our heart into every story we share. If you appreciate our work, showing some love with a like and subscribe would make our day. The story begins now. Chapter 1. The tempest unleashed. The cupboard under the stairs was darker than usual that evening. 6-year-old Harry Potter huddled in the corner of his cramped living space, knees drawn up to his chest, thin arms wrapped around them. Outside his door, the Dursleys moved about their evening routine, the clink of cutlery against plates, Dudley's cartoon blaring from the television, Uncle Vernon's gruff comments about his day at Grunnings. Normal sounds. Safe sounds. As long as they continued, Harry could breathe. But lately, even these moments of relative peace had become dangerous. Something was happening to him, something he couldn't control. Harry stared at his small hands in the dim light filtering through the grate on his cupboard door. They looked ordinary enough, but they weren't. Not anymore. This morning, his mathematics worksheet had burst into flames when Miss Pembroke had scolded him for daydreaming. Last week, all the lights in the school hallway had shattered as Dudley and his friends chased him during lunch break. And 3 days ago, Aunt Petunia's prized roses had suddenly grown 10 times their normal size when she'd grabbed his ear for walking on her freshly mopped kitchen floor. Each incident had earned him longer stretches in the cupboard, fewer meals, and increasingly suspicious glares from Uncle Vernon. Unnatural, his uncle had muttered that afternoon when Harry had been sent home early. Getting worse. Just like his mother. Harry didn't remember his mother. According to the Dursleys, Lily and James Potter had died in a car crash when Harry was a baby, a crash that had left him with nothing but the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead and a life of unwanted charity from his mother's sister and her husband. A sudden crash from the kitchen made Harry flinch. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice followed, "Dudders, be careful with Mummy's new plates." "But I want more pudding," Dudley whined. "Of course, Popkin." Vernon, serve Dudley more pudding. Harry's stomach growled. He'd been given a slice of bread and a glass of water before being locked away for the day's transgression. The mathematics worksheet wasn't the only casualty of his strange abilities. Miss Pembroke's eyebrows had mysteriously turned bright blue as well. The school had called it a prank with markers, and sent him home immediately. Uncle Vernon hadn't bothered waiting until they'd reached Privet Drive to start shouting. "Think it's funny, do you? Making a spectacle, embarrassing us in front of normal people?" "I didn't do anything," Harry had insisted, the same plea he'd made 100 times before. "I don't know how it happened." That had earned him a painful grip on the shoulder and a spray of spittle as Vernon hissed, "Don't lie to me, boy." Now, in the dark of his cupboard, Harry closed his eyes and tried to make himself as small as possible. Sometimes if he concentrated very hard, he could almost make himself disappear. Not actually vanish, though given what had been happening lately, he wouldn't be surprised if one day he did, but become so still and quiet that the Dursleys forgot about him for a while. He felt it again then, that strange warmth spreading through his chest, flowing down his arms to his fingertips. It had been happening more frequently lately, this internal electricity that seemed to build up inside him without warning. Harry opened his eyes and gasped. His hands were glowing. Not brightly, just a faint, bluish shimmer that pulsed with his quickening heartbeat. He shook them frantically, as if he could shake off the light like water. "Stop," he whispered. "Please stop." The glow intensified. Harry pressed his hands between his knees and squeezed his eyes shut again. He tried to focus on his breathing the way his kindergarten teacher had taught the class during quiet time. In through the nose, out through the mouth. Slowly. "I'm normal," he whispered. "I'm normal, I'm normal, I'm normal." The mantra had worked sometimes in the past, when smaller strange things had happened. The time Aunt Petunia had sheared off all his hair except for his fringe, only for it to grow back overnight. The occasion when Dudley's gang had chased him and he'd somehow ended up on the school roof. The countless small objects that had moved, broken, or transformed when he was frightened or angry. But this felt different. Bigger. As if something ancient and powerful was waking up inside him, stretching after a long sleep. "Boy!" Uncle Vernon's voice boomed from directly outside the cupboard, making Harry jump. "What are you muttering about in there?" Nothing, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied quickly. The cupboard door rattled as Vernon tested the lock. "Better be nothing. I won't have any more of your freakishness today, you hear me?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon." Heavy footsteps retreated, and Harry exhaled slowly. The glow had faded from his hands, but the warm, buzzing sensation remained, like carbonated water flowing through his veins instead of blood. He didn't know what was happening to him, but he was smart enough to understand one thing: if the Dursleys saw the glowing, things would get much, much worse. "Get up. Now." The sharp rapping on his cupboard door jolted Harry awake. He fumbled for his glasses and pushed them onto his face as Aunt Petunia unlocked the door. "It's Saturday," she snapped. "Vernon's sister is coming for lunch. The house needs to be spotless." Harry crawled out of his cupboard, blinking in the morning light. Aunt Marge's visits were always a special kind of misery. She was even louder than Uncle Vernon, twice as mean, and brought her vicious bulldog Ripper, who seemed to take personal offense at Harry's existence. "You'll start in the kitchen," Aunt Petunia instructed, looking down her long nose at him. "Then the sitting room. And if I find one speck of dust anywhere, you'll be in that cupboard until school on Monday. Understood?" Harry nodded, knowing better than to speak. His glasses slipped down his nose, and he pushed them back up with one finger. Aunt Petunia narrowed her eyes. "And comb that ridiculous hair. Marge already thinks we're too soft on you." As if on cue, Harry felt the now familiar warmth beginning to build in his chest. "Not now," he thought desperately. "Please, not now." He clenched his fists at his sides and focused on making the feeling go away. "What's wrong with you?" Aunt Petunia's voice had taken on a nervous edge. "Why are you making that face?" "Nothing," Harry managed. "Just hungry." She seemed to relax slightly. "You'll eat after your chores. Now get moving." Harry hurried to the kitchen, eager to put distance between himself and his aunt. The feeling subsided as he began filling the sink with soapy water. He'd found that staying busy sometimes helped keep the strange power at bay. As he worked, he could hear Dudley upstairs, complaining loudly about having to clean his room for Aunt Marge's visit. "But Mum, she never even goes upstairs." "Dudley, darling, just put your things away neatly. That's all I'm asking. Why can't the freak do it? That's what he's here for." Harry scrubbed harder at a pot, trying to tune out the conversation. Freak. That's what they all called him. Freak, weirdo, burden. Sometimes he wondered if they were right. Normal boys didn't make things happen just by feeling upset. Normal boys didn't have to be locked away for their own good, as Uncle Vernon often claimed. By mid-morning, Harry had cleaned the kitchen to Aunt Petunia's exacting standards and moved on to the sitting room. His stomach growled painfully, but he knew better than to ask for food before finishing his chores. He was carefully dusting the hideous porcelain figurines on the mantelpiece when Uncle Vernon lumbered into the room, already dressed in his best suit despite Marge not being expected until 1 o'clock. "Still working, are you?" he grunted, watching Harry with suspicious eyes. "No funny business today, you hear me? Marge doesn't know about your abnormalities, and we're going to keep it that way." "Yes, Uncle Vernon," Harry replied automatically. "You'll stay in your cupboard during lunch. We'll tell her you're ill. Contagious." Vernon straightened his tie, looking pleased with the plan. "After she leaves, if you've behaved, you can have what's left." Harry knew from experience that, what's left, after Dudley and Aunt Marge had been at the food would be crumbs at best. His stomach cramped in protest, and with it came that surge of warmth again. One of Aunt Petunia's figurines, a simpering shepherdess with a frilly pink dress, suddenly slipped from his fingers. Instead of falling to the floor, however, it hung suspended in mid-air for a heartbeat before shooting upward and embedding itself in the ceiling like a bullet. Uncle Vernon's face turned the color of spoiled beetroot. "What did you do?" he bellowed, each word sharper than the last. "I didn't mean to." Harry backed away, eyes fixed on the shepherdess, whose porcelain skirts protruded from the ceiling plaster like some bizarre stalactite. "It just happened." "Things don't just happen, boy." Vernon advanced on him, meaty hands clenched into fists. "You've been warned about this freakishness." "Vernon? What's going on?" Aunt Petunia appeared in the doorway, her eyes darting from her husband's purple face to Harry's terrified one, before finally landing on her ruined ceiling and broken figurine. Her hand flew to her mouth. "My mother's shepherdess. That was an antique." "The boy," Vernon growled. "Using his abnormality. In my house." Petunia's face went as white as the broken porcelain. "Today? With Marge coming?" Her voice rose to a pitch that made Harry wince. "How dare you? After everything we've done for you." Harry backed up until his shoulders hit the wall. "I'm sorry," he whispered. "I didn't do it on purpose." "Cupboard," Vernon said, his voice suddenly quiet. Somehow, that was more frightening than his shouting. "Now. And you won't be coming out for a very long time." "But I haven't eaten anything today," Harry protested before he could stop himself. "Cupboard!" Vernon roared, lunging forward and grabbing Harry's arm. His grip was painfully tight as he dragged the small boy across the room. And that's when it happened. The warmth that had been building inside Harry suddenly exploded into something else entirely, a raging inferno that ripped through his body like lightning. He felt it burst from every pore, every cell, a tsunami of raw, uncontrolled energy. Uncle Vernon must have felt it too, because he released Harry's arm with a yelp of pain and staggered backward, staring at his hand as if it had been burned. "What the devil?" he began. The windows shattered first, exploding outward in a spray of glass. Then the television screen cracked down the middle before imploding with a sharp bang. The lights flickered wildly, bulbs popping like firecrackers. "Vernon!" Aunt Petunia screamed, rushing to her husband's side. Harry stood frozen in the middle of the chaos, a small island in a storm of his own making. He could see the power now, ripples of blue-gold energy pulsing from his body in concentric waves, making the very air shimmer as if the world were underwater. Each wave brought new destruction, pictures flying off walls, furniture overturning, cracks appearing in the plaster. "Stop it!" Uncle Vernon bellowed, his face now white with fear rather than purple with rage. "Stop it this instant." But Harry couldn't stop it. The power had taken on a life of its own, feeding on his fear, his hunger, his anger, every negative emotion he'd ever suppressed. 6 years of being unwanted, unloved, and afraid poured out of him in a tempest of magical energy. "Dudley!" Aunt Petunia shrieked. "Dudders!" Heavy footsteps thundered down the stairs, and Dudley appeared in the doorway, his piggy eyes widening at the scene before him. "Mom! Dad! What's happening?" As if in answer, a particularly violent surge of energy radiated from Harry. The ceiling groaned. Dust and small chunks of plaster rained down. A massive crack appeared, racing across the ceiling and down the walls. "Get out!" Uncle Vernon grabbed Dudley with one arm and Petunia with the other. "The house is coming down." Harry watched as if from a great distance as the Dursleys fled toward the front door. He wanted to move, to run, but his feet seemed rooted to the floor. The energy continued to pour from him in waves, stronger with each pulse. The foundation of the house gave a sickening lurch. Larger pieces of ceiling began to fall. The walls were rippling now, as if made of fabric rather than brick and plaster. And still, Harry stood at the center of it all, a 6-year-old boy with a lightning scar and the power of Merlin flowing through his veins, tearing apart the only home he'd ever known. Miles away, in a castle hidden from Muggle eyes, an old man with a long silver beard sat up suddenly in his office chair, nearly upsetting the inkwell on his desk. Albus Dumbledore had been in the middle of writing a rather tedious response to the Ministry's latest proposed regulation on cauldron thickness when he felt it, a disturbance in the magical fabric of Britain so profound that it made the hairs on his arms stand on end. "Harry," he whispered, rising so quickly that his chair fell backward with a clatter. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses stirred on the walls of his office. "Dumbledore," called Armando Dip-Pet from his frame. "What is it?" But Dumbledore was already striding to the fireplace, grabbing a handful of Floo powder from a small pot on the mantelpiece. "Arabella Fig," he called clearly, throwing the powder into the flames which instantly turned emerald green. Moments later, the head of an elderly woman appeared in the fire, her expression panicked. "Albus. Oh, thank goodness. Something terrible is happening at the Dursleys." "What do you see, Arabella?" "It's like an earthquake, but it's only affecting their house. The walls are shaking, windows exploding, the Dursleys themselves just ran out into the street." "But the boy, Albus, I don't see the boy." Dumbledore's face, usually so composed, showed genuine alarm. "Keep watching, Arabella. I'm on my way. Contact no one else, especially not the Ministry." Before Mrs. Fig could respond, Dumbledore had ended the Floo call and crossed to his desk, where a delicate silver instrument had begun to spin and emit puffs of purple smoke. "Fawkes," he said to the magnificent phoenix perched near his desk, "find Minerva and Severus. Tell them to meet me at Privet Drive immediately. The wards have fallen." The phoenix trilled once, a haunting, beautiful note that somehow conveyed urgency, and disappeared in a flash of fire. Dumbledore drew his wand and, with a silent prayer to whatever powers might be listening, disapparated with a soft pop. The street was in chaos when Dumbledore appeared with barely a sound at the corner of Privet Drive and Magnolia Crescent. Muggles in various states of dress stood on their lawns, pointing and shouting at Number 4, where a most extraordinary sight greeted the old wizard's eyes. The house itself appeared to be melting, there was no better word for it. The once solid brick structure rippled and warped, windows bulging outward before shattering, roof tiles sliding off to crash on the ground below. Around the entire property swirled a visible aura of magic, blue-gold energy that pulsed in rhythmic waves. At the center of the front lawn stood the Dursleys, Vernon red-faced and bellowing into a mobile phone, Petunia white with shock and clutching a confused-looking Dudley to her side. But where was Harry? "Telling you, it's an earthquake or a gas explosion or something," Vernon was shouting into his phone. "We need emergency services at Number 4, Privet Drive, right N." He broke off as he spotted Dumbledore striding toward them, resplendent and utterly out of place in sweeping purple robes embroidered with silver stars. "You." Vernon's face, already an alarming shade of puce, somehow darkened further. "I might have known you'd be behind this." Dumbledore ignored him completely. "Where is Harry Potter?" he demanded, and though his voice wasn't loud, it carried an authority that made everyone in hearing distance fall silent. "Still in there," Petunia whispered, her voice shaking as she pointed at the disintegrating house. He did this. It came from him." Dumbledore's blue eyes, usually twinkling with good humor, turned cold as ice. "You left a child inside a collapsing building?" Before either Dursley could respond, two sharp cracks announced the arrival of Minerva McGonagall and Severus Snape, both looking grim and ready for battle. "Albus," McGonagall gasped, taking in the scene. "Is that, yes, Minerva? Accidental magic on a scale I've never witnessed." Dumbledore turned to his colleagues. "Harry is still inside. Severus, begin casting containment spells, we need to limit the magical exposure to the Muggle community. Minerva, contact the Ministry's Accidental Magic Reversal Squad and then help me retrieve Harry." "The Ministry is already aware," Snape said, his dark eyes fixed on the pulsing energy surrounding the house. "This level of magic will have triggered every detection charm in southern England. Then we must move quickly." Dumbledore turned back to the Dursleys. "Where in the house is he?" "The sitting room," Petunia answered automatically, then seemed to catch herself. "But you can't go in there. It's falling apart." "No thanks to you," McGonagall muttered, her Scottish accent more pronounced in her anger. Dumbledore was already moving toward the house, drawing his wand. The magical aura intensified as he approached, pressing against him like a physical force. "Impressive," he murmured. "And deeply concerning." With a complex motion of his wand, he created a pathway through the swirling energy, not dispelling it, but parting it like curtains. He and McGonagall advanced carefully along this path, while behind them, Snape began casting elaborate containment spells, his wand moving in precise, intricate patterns as he circled the property. The front door of number 4 hung askew on its hinges. Dumbledore pushed it open gently, revealing a hallway that looked as if a tornado had torn through it. Pictures had been ripped from walls, furniture overturned, and a fine layer of plaster dust covered everything. "Harry?" Dumbledore called, his voice magically amplified to carry over the groaning of the house's failing structure. "Harry Potter?" A crash from deeper in the house answered him. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchanged a look and moved forward more quickly, stepping over debris. They found him in what remained of the sitting room, a small figure standing impossibly still amid swirling chaos. Harry Potter, 6 years old and painfully thin, stood with his arms outstretched and his eyes closed, magical energy visibly pouring from him in waves that rippled outward, continuing to tear the house apart. "Merlin's beard," McGonagall whispered, her hand going to her throat. Dumbledore approached carefully, his wand at the ready. "Harry," he called again, more gently this time. The boy's eyes snapped open. They were glowing with the same blue-gold energy that surrounded him, Lily's green irises barely visible behind the light. "I can't stop it," Harry said, his voice eerily calm. "It wants to come out." "I know," Dumbledore replied, taking another step closer. "And that's all right, Harry. Magic is meant to flow freely. But right now, you're putting yourself in danger. Will you let me help you?" Harry's glowing eyes fixed on Dumbledore, studying him with an intensity no 6-year-old should possess. "You know what this is?" "What I am?" "I know who you are," Dumbledore said carefully. "You are Harry Potter, a wizard, and a very powerful one at that." A piece of ceiling crashed down just feet from where they stood. McGonagall flicked her wand, vanishing it before it could hit the floor. "We need to hurry, Albus," she urged. Harry's gaze shifted to McGonagall, then back to Dumbledore. "A wizard," he repeated, as if testing the word. "Like, magic? Real magic?" "Very real," Dumbledore confirmed. "Just as you are experiencing now. But untrained magic can be dangerous, Harry. Will you trust me to help you contain it, just for now?" For a long moment, Harry said nothing. The magical energy continued to pulse around him, though Dumbledore thought perhaps the waves were coming a little less frequently now. "The Dursleys said magic isn't real," Harry said finally. "They said I'm a freak." McGonagall made a sound of outrage, but Dumbledore held up a hand to silence her. "The Dursleys were wrong," he said simply. "Magic is very real. And you, Harry, are no more a freak than I am." Harry looked at the old wizard, taking in his long silver beard, his half-moon spectacles, his robes covered in moving stars. A small smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, the first sign of the child beneath the power. "Okay," he said quietly. Dumbledore moved forward until he stood directly before the boy. He knelt down, bringing himself to Harry's eye level, and held out his hand. "This may feel strange," he warned, "but I promise it won't hurt." Harry nodded and tentatively placed his small hand in Dumbledore's much larger one. The moment they touched, the magical aura around Harry flared blindingly bright. McGonagall gasped and threw up an arm to shield her eyes. Dumbledore didn't flinch, though the power surging between them was enough to make his silver hair and beard stand on end as if electrified. He began to murmur under his breath, intricate Latin phrases flowing in a continuous stream. His free hand moved in complex patterns, his wand leaving trails of silver light in the air. Gradually, the blue-gold energy surrounding Harry began to coalesce, drawing back toward the boy like water flowing uphill. Harry's eyes, still glowing with that unearthly light, widened in surprise. "It's listening to you," he whispered. "It's listening to us both," Dumbledore corrected, never breaking the rhythm of his incantation. The house gave another ominous groan. Larger chunks of ceiling were falling now, the walls buckling inward. McGonagall was working frantically to keep the structure from collapsing entirely around them. "Albus," she warned. "Almost done, Minerva." Sweat beaded on Dumbledore's brow, a rare sign of exertion from the powerful wizard. The energy surrounding Harry was now compressed into a tight aura just inches from his skin, still visible but contained. With a final, complex wand movement, Dumbledore sealed the containment spell. The glow in Harry's eyes faded, revealing the bright green irises beneath. The boy swayed suddenly, his knees buckling. Dumbledore caught him before he could fall. "Well done, Harry," he said softly, lifting the exhausted child into his arms. "Very well done indeed." "Is it gone?" Harry asked, his voice small and frightened. "No," Dumbledore replied honestly. "It's still there, inside you. But it's resting now, like a lion having a nap after a big meal." That earned him a tiny smile from Harry before the boy's head drooped against his shoulder, overcome by exhaustion. "We need to leave immediately," McGonagall said, glancing up at the groaning ceiling. "I can't hold this much longer." Dumbledore nodded and turned toward the door, still carrying Harry. They moved quickly through the ruined house, McGonagall maintaining shields above them as more debris rained down. Outside, the scene had grown even more chaotic. Ministry officials in poorly concealed wizarding attire had begun to arrive, while Muggle police attempted to establish a perimeter around the property. Snape was engaged in what appeared to be a heated argument with a pompous-looking wizard from the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad. "Unprecedented levels of magical energy," the Ministry wizard was saying as Dumbledore approached. "Our sensors at the Ministry nearly exploded. What on earth happened here?" "That," Snape replied coldly, "is a matter for the headmaster to explain." All eyes turned to Dumbledore as he emerged from the house with Harry in his arms, McGonagall following closely behind. A hush fell over the assembled crowd. "Dumbledore." The Ministry wizard hurried forward. "Is that Merlin's beard? Is that Harry Potter?" "Indeed it is, Bartholomew," Dumbledore replied calmly. "And he has had quite enough excitement for one day. Minerva, if you would be so kind as to take Harry to Hogwarts? The hospital wing, I think. I'll join you shortly after I've dealt with matters here." McGonagall nodded and carefully took the sleeping child from Dumbledore's arms. "Now wait just a minute." Vernon Dursley had recovered enough of his courage to push through the crowd. "That boy destroyed my house. He's dangerous and unnatural, and I demand, you," McGonagall cut him off, her voice low and dangerous, "have no right to demand anything, Vernon Dursley. Not after what you've done." Vernon spluttered, his mustache quivering with indignation. "What we've done? We took him in. Fed him, clothed him, locked him in a cupboard," McGonagall finished, her eyes flashing. "Starved him. Called him a freak for something he cannot help." Petunia stepped forward, her thin face pinched with a mixture of fear and defiance. "You don't understand what he's like. The things he can do. He's not normal." "No, Mrs. Dursley," Dumbledore agreed, his voice suddenly hard as steel. Harry Potter is not normal. He is extraordinary. And you had a sacred duty to protect him, which you have failed spectacularly. We never wanted him in the first place." Vernon bellowed, his face purpling again. "You dumped him on our doorstep." "A mistake I now deeply regret," Dumbledore replied quietly. His words seemed to take the wind out of Vernon's sails. The large man deflated slightly, glancing around at the crowd of onlookers, many of whom were regarding him with open hostility. "What happens now?" Petunia asked, her voice small. "Our house will be repaired," Dumbledore assured her. "The Ministry will see to it that everything is restored exactly as it was, and the memories of your neighbors adjusted so they recall nothing unusual. As for Harry..." He paused, his blue eyes grave. "He will not be returning to your care." A flash of something, relief? Regret? Crossed Petunia's face before it settled back into its usual pinched expression. "Good," she said flatly. "We've had enough of your world invading ours." Dumbledore studied her for a long moment, his gaze penetrating. "Your sister would be profoundly disappointed in you, Petunia." She flinched as if struck, then turned away, moving back to her husband and son. Dumbledore sighed heavily and turned to McGonagall. "Take him now, Minerva. Use my office flue, it's connected directly to the hospital wing." She nodded, adjusting her hold on the sleeping boy. "And you, Albus?" "I will join you as soon as I can. There is much to explain to the Ministry, and arrangements to be made." His eyes moved to the ruined house, then back to Harry's small form. "Many arrangements." McGonagall nodded once more, then turned and disapparated with a soft pop, carrying Harry Potter away from Privet Drive for what would be the last time. Harry awoke to unfamiliar softness. For a moment, he thought he must still be dreaming. The surface beneath him was yielding and comfortable, nothing like the thin mattress in his cupboard. There was ample space to stretch his arms and legs, and warm blankets were tucked around him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, then immediately closed them again, overwhelmed by brightness. When he cautiously tried once more, he found himself looking up at a high, vaulted ceiling of weathered stone. Turning his head slightly, he saw rows of beds with white linens, tall windows through which golden afternoon light streamed, and walls lined with cabinets containing bottles of various shapes and sizes. It looked like a hospital, but unlike any hospital Harry had ever seen in pictures or on television. "Ah, you're awake." Harry startled at the voice and turned to see a woman in an old-fashioned nurse's uniform approaching his bed. She carried a tray with several more bottles and a steaming cup. "How are you feeling, Mr. Potter?" she asked briskly, setting the tray on his bedside table. Harry blinked at her, confusion momentarily overriding his natural caution around adults. "Where am I?" "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," the nurse replied, as if this were the most normal answer in the world. "The hospital wing, to be precise. I'm Madame Pomfrey." Memories flooded back, the strange power erupting from him, the house falling apart, the old man with the silver beard who had helped him control it. "The wizard," Harry whispered. "He was real?" "Professor Dumbledore?" "Very real indeed," Madame Pomfrey assured him, busying herself with measuring liquid from one of the bottles into a cup. "As real as you and I, and as real as the magic you possess." Harry sat up slowly, wincing at the dull ache in his muscles. "Then it's true? I'm really a wizard?" "Of course you are." Madame Pomfrey handed him the cup. "Drink this, please. It will help with the magical exhaustion." Harry eyed the liquid suspiciously. It was a deep purple color and gave off a faint scent of blackberries and something more exotic he couldn't identify. "It's not poison, Mr. Potter," Madame Pomfrey said with a touch of impatience. "If I wanted to harm you, I'd hardly have put you in this comfortable bed and waited for you to wake up, would I?" Put that way, it made sense. Harry took a tentative sip. The potion tasted better than it looked, sweet and tangy, with an underlying warmth that spread through his body as he swallowed. "All of it, if you please," Madame Pomfrey instructed, watching him closely. Harry drank the rest, surprised at how quickly the aches in his body began to subside. "Thank you," he said politely. The nurse's stern expression softened slightly. "You're welcome. Professor Dumbledore asked to be notified when you woke. Are you feeling up to visitors?" Harry nodded, though his stomach fluttered nervously at the prospect of seeing the powerful wizard again. What if he was angry about the house? What if he'd only been kind before because Harry had been dangerous? Madame Pomfrey touched a strange device on the wall, a metal disc engraved with symbols, and spoke into it. "Headmaster, the boy is awake." To Harry's surprise, the disc glowed briefly, and a disembodied voice replied, "Thank you, Poppy. I'll be there shortly." Before Harry could ask about the magical communication device, the doors to the hospital wing opened, and 3 people entered: the silver-bearded man who had helped him at Privet Drive, the stern-looking woman who had been with him, and a tall, thin man dressed entirely in black, with sallow skin and shoulder-length dark hair. "Good afternoon, Harry," the old wizard said warmly, approaching the bed. "I'm pleased to see you looking better. I am Professor Dumbledore, headmaster of Hogwarts. You've already met Professor McGonagall, and this is Professor Snape." The woman, Professor McGonagall, gave Harry a tight smile that nonetheless conveyed genuine warmth. Professor Snape merely inclined his head, his expression unreadable. "How are you feeling?" Dumbledore asked, conjuring comfortable chairs for himself and his colleagues with a casual flick of his wand. Harry's eyes widened at the casual display of magic. "Better," he answered honestly. "Madame Pomfrey gave me something to drink that helped." "Excellent. Madame Pomfrey is the finest healer I know." Dumbledore settled into his chair, regarding Harry over the top of his half-moon spectacles. "I imagine you have many questions." That was an understatement. Harry had so many questions he hardly knew where to start. "Am I in trouble?" he blurted out. "For what happened to the house?" "Not at all," Dumbledore assured him. "What happened was accidental magic, something that many young witches and wizards experience, though rarely on such a dramatic scale. The Ministry has repaired the damage," Professor McGonagall added. "Number 4, Privet Drive stands exactly as it did before, and the Muggles, non-magical people, in the area have had their memories modified so they recall nothing unusual." "Oh." Harry wasn't sure whether to be relieved or disappointed that the Dursleys' house was intact again. "So, I'll have to go back." "No," all 3 adults said simultaneously, with varying degrees of emphasis. Dumbledore leaned forward, his blue eyes serious. "Harry, the events of yesterday made it clear that the Dursleys' home is no longer a suitable place for you. The protective magic I placed there when you were a baby has been irreparably damaged, and more importantly, it is evident that your aunt and uncle have not provided the care you deserve." Harry hardly dared believe what he was hearing. "I don't have to go back." "Ever?" "Ever," Dumbledore confirmed. Relief washed over Harry so powerfully that he felt lightheaded. He took a deep breath, then asked the question that mattered most: "Where will I go instead?" The 3 professors exchanged glances. "That," Dumbledore said carefully, "is something we need to discuss. But first, I believe we owe you some explanations about your magic, and why what happened yesterday was so extraordinary." Harry nodded eagerly. "Finally, answers. What do you know about your parents, Harry?" Dumbledore asked. "Not much," Harry admitted. "The Dursleys said they died in a car crash when I was a baby. They didn't like talking about them. Aunt Petunia said my mum was abnormal. Like me." Professor McGonagall made a sound of indignation. Professor Snape's expression darkened further, if that was possible. "Your parents," Dumbledore said gently, "did not die in a car crash. They were murdered by a very powerful, very evil wizard named Lord Voldemort." Harry's breath caught. "Murdered? But, Why? That is a complex question, and one we will address more fully when you're older. For now, what you need to know is that Voldemort was attempting to kill you as well, but somehow, his curse rebounded upon himself instead. That's how you got that scar. Dumbledore nodded toward Harry's forehead. You are famous in our world, Harry, the boy who lived, they call you, because you are the only person ever known to survive the killing curse. Harry's hand went to his lightning scar. All his life, he'd been told it was from the car crash that killed his parents. To learn it was from a wizard trying to murder him. Is he, Voldemort, is he dead? He asked. That, too, is a question without a simple answer, Dumbledore replied. His body was destroyed that night, but I believe his spirit survives, diminished and weakened, but waiting for a chance to return. Harry shivered despite the warmth of the hospital wing. And my parents, they were wizards too? Your father, James Potter, was a pure-blood wizard from an ancient family, Dumbledore explained. Your mother, Lily Evans, was Muggle-born, a witch born to non-magical parents, but extraordinarily talented. Both were students here at Hogwarts, and both fought bravely against Voldemort. They were in Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall added, a hint of pride in her voice. I was their head of house. Lily was particularly gifted in charms and potions, while James excelled in transfiguration. Harry drank in these details about his parents hungrily. The Dursleys had refused to tell him anything about them, not even what they looked like. Are there pictures of them? Somewhere? We can find some for you, Dumbledore promised. Hagrid, our gamekeeper, was particularly fond of your parents. I believe he's been collecting photographs for some time, with the intention of making an album for you when you were older. We've gotten rather sidetracked, Professor Snape spoke for the first time, his voice low and silky. The boy's magical outburst? Ah, yes. Dumbledore straightened in his chair. Harry, what happened at Privet Drive yesterday was not ordinary accidental magic. The power you displayed was unprecedented for a child your age. In fact, I've rarely seen its like in adult wizards. Harry frowned. So there is something wrong with me? Not wrong, Dumbledore corrected quickly. Extraordinary. I have a theory, and mind you, it is only a theory, about what might be happening. Does it have to do with Voldemort trying to kill me? Harry guessed. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You are a perceptive young man. Yes, I believe it may be related, though not in the way you might think. When Voldemort's curse rebounded, it created a magical connection between you. Some of his power may have transferred to you that night. Professor Snape made a skeptical noise. With all due respect, Headmaster, what the boy displayed was not the Dark Lord's magic. It was older. Purer. Indeed, Severus, Dumbledore agreed. Which is why I've been researching an alternative possibility. He turned back to Harry. Have you ever heard of Merlin, Harry? Harry nodded. From stories about King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. He was a wizard too. The greatest wizard in British history, Dumbledore confirmed. And like all great wizards, he took precautions to ensure his legacy would continue. One of those precautions was a magical artifact known as Merlin's core, a crystalline repository of his magical essence, which legend says would seek out a worthy successor in a time of great need. Harry stared at Dumbledore. And you think, that's inside me? I believe it may have bonded with you the night Voldemort attacked, Dumbledore said. The magical trauma of the killing curse could have activated it, causing it to seek the nearest magical child as a vessel. You. It sounded impossible, like something from one of the fantasy books Harry sometimes snuck out of Dudley's second bedroom to read. And yet, after what had happened at Privet Drive, he could no longer dismiss anything as impossible. So what happens now? He asked quietly. If I have this core inside me? You learn to control it, Dumbledore said simply. Much earlier than most wizarding children begin their magical education, I'm afraid. The power you possess is too volatile, too dangerous to leave untrained. Professor McGonagall leaned forward, her expression softer than before. What the headmaster is saying, Mr. Potter, is that you'll need to stay at Hogwarts, at least for now. We can provide you with preliminary instruction in controlling your magic, in a safe environment where accidental outbursts won't endanger yourself or others. Harry could hardly believe his ears. Stay at a magical castle instead of returning to the Dursleys? It seemed too good to be true. But term doesn't start until September, Professor Snape pointed out. The castle will be largely empty over the summer. All the better for beginning Harry's instruction without distraction, Dumbledore replied. He turned back to Harry. That is, if you're agreeable? Yes. Harry said quickly, before anyone could change their mind. Yes, please. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Excellent. Once Madame Pomfrey gives you a clean bill of health, Professor McGonagall will show you to temporary quarters. We'll need to make more permanent arrangements, of course, and inform the Ministry of the change in your guardianship, but those are matters for adults to worry about. Harry's mind was racing, trying to absorb everything he'd been told. His parents were murdered wizards. He had the magical core of Merlin inside him. He was going to live in a castle and learn magic. Professor, he said suddenly, remembering something that had been bothering him, when you were helping me control the magic yesterday, you said it was listening to both of us. What did you mean? A shadow passed over Dumbledore's face, so quickly that Harry almost thought he'd imagined it. Magical cores, whether our own natural ones or extraordinary ones like Merlin's, are not entirely separate from our consciousness, Harry. They can respond to our will, our emotions, even our spoken commands in some cases. What you experienced yesterday was your first real connection with your magical core, a connection that will grow stronger as you learn to direct and control it. Will it hurt people again? Harry asked in a small voice, remembering the terror on the Dursleys' faces. Not if you learn to master it, Dumbledore assured him. Which is precisely what we intend to help you do. Harry nodded, feeling simultaneously overwhelmed and determined. If this power was his, whether his own or Merlin's or some combination of both, he wanted to understand it, to use it properly. I want to learn, he said firmly. I don't want to be afraid of it anymore. Dumbledore smiled, and for a moment, Harry could see why the old wizard was considered so powerful. There was something in his eyes, a depth of wisdom and strength that went beyond the grandfatherly exterior. Then learn you shall, Harry Potter, Dumbledore said. Your education begins now. The Ministry of Magic was in an uproar. News of Harry Potter's magical outburst had spread like fiendfire through the departments, spawning rumors that grew more outlandish with each retelling. By midday, Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, had heard no fewer than 12 different versions of events, ranging from, the boy who lived destroyed half of Surrey, to, you know who has possessed Harry Potter and is wreaking havoc. Fudge paced his office, his lime-green bowler hat clutched in his hands. What do you mean, Dumbledore has taken the boy to Hogwarts? He demanded of the harried-looking wizard from the improper use of magic office. Term doesn't start for months. And the boy is only 6. That's what our sources indicate, Minister, Mafalda Hopkirk replied, consulting her notes. After the incident, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall removed Potter from the scene. The Accidental Magic Reversal Squad repaired the Muggle dwelling and modified memories as necessary. The Dursley family has been uncooperative, but we've managed to smooth things over. Uncooperative? Fudge repeated incredulously. Their house was destroyed by accidental magic. Of course they're uncooperative. Actually, Minister, a new voice interjected from the doorway, I believe their uncooperativeness predates yesterday's incident. Fudge turned to see Lucius Malfoy standing in his office doorway, elegant as always in tailored robes of deepest green, his silver-topped cane held loosely in one gloved hand. Ah, Lucius. Fudge's demeanor immediately shifted from agitation to fawning welcome. Do come in. Dreadful business, this Potter situation. Indeed. Malfoy entered, nodding coolly to Mafalda Hopkirk, who gathered her notes and excused herself, clearly recognizing a dismissal when she saw one. Once they were alone, Malfoy seated himself in one of the chairs facing Fudge's desk, arranging his robes with precise movements. "I understand the magical surge was registered as far away as Edinburgh," he said casually. "Most impressive for a child." "Impressive?" Fudge sank into his own chair. "It's a disaster, Lucius. The statute of secrecy nearly breached, dozens of muggles exposed to magic, and now Dumbledore has whisked the boy away to Hogwarts without so much as a by your leave to the Ministry." Malfoy raised an eyebrow. "And does the Ministry have authority over where Harry Potter resides?" "Well, not directly, no," Fudge admitted. "His magical guardian is, actually, I'm not entirely sure. Dumbledore placed him with those muggles after the incident with He Who Must Not Be Named, but I don't recall any formal guardianship being established." "A most convenient oversight," Malfoy murmured. "One that has allowed Dumbledore unfettered influence over the boy's upbringing, or lack thereof, given what I hear about these Dursleys." Fudge frowned. "What do you mean?" "Merely that rumor suggests the Muggle relatives were less than nurturing." Malfoy examined his gloves with apparent fascination. "Some might even say neglectful, possibly abusive. Which raises interesting questions about Dumbledore's judgment in placing the boy who lived in such an environment, doesn't it?" Fudge's eyes widened. "Surely not. Dumbledore wouldn't have. I mean, Harry Potter, of all children." "I make no accusations," Malfoy said smoothly. "I merely observe that the situation presents both a challenge and an opportunity for the Ministry." "An opportunity?" Fudge leaned forward eagerly. If there was one thing he trusted, it was Lucius Malfoy's political instincts. "The wizarding world will be concerned about this display of uncontrolled power," Malfoy explained. "They'll want assurances that the boy who lived is being properly supervised, properly trained. If Dumbledore is keeping the boy at Hogwarts, outside of normal term time and normal educational protocols, well, it might appear that he's creating his own private protégé, might it not?" Fudge paled. "You don't think Dumbledore wouldn't be grooming the boy as some sort of successor?" "I wouldn't presume to guess at Albus Dumbledore's intentions," Malfoy replied, though his tone suggested he had done precisely that. "I merely suggest that the Ministry has a responsibility to ensure that young Mr. Potter's extraordinary abilities are developed in a transparent, Ministry-approved manner." Yes, of course." Fudge nodded vigorously. "The public would expect nothing less. But how? Dumbledore has already taken the boy to Hogwarts." Malfoy smiled thinly. "I believe the Department of Magical Education maintains a registry of approved tutors for exceptional cases, children with special magical needs or circumstances. Perhaps the Ministry could suggest that Potter's education be overseen by a committee of such experts, rather than left entirely to Dumbledore's discretion." "A committee?" Fudge brightened. "Yes, that's just the thing. A special educational oversight committee for Harry Potter. It shows we're taking his situation seriously, without directly challenging Dumbledore's authority at Hogwarts." "And naturally," Malfoy added, "such a committee would need a chairman with the appropriate social standing and influence." "You'd be perfect, Lucius," Fudge exclaimed. "Your interest in educational matters is well known, why, your generous donations to St. Mungo's Children's Ward alone." "I would be honored to serve," Malfoy inclined his head modestly. "For the good of the wizarding world, and for young Mr. Potter himself, of course." Of course. Fudge was already reaching for parchment and quill. "I'll draft the proposal immediately. The Wisengamot will have to approve it, but with your support, I don't foresee any obstacles." "Indeed." Malfoy rose gracefully. "I should leave you to your work, Minister. Please keep me informed of developments." I'm most interested in meeting young Mr. Potter, professionally speaking, of course. Of course, Fudge agreed, already scribbling furiously. Thank you for your counsel, Lucius. As always, invaluable. Lucius Malfoy departed the minister's office with the faintest of smiles playing about his lips. The destruction of a Muggle dwelling was a small price to pay for such an unexpected opportunity. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, wielder of power that reportedly rivaled Merlin's own, and now potentially within his sphere of influence. The Dark Lord would be pleased when he returned. And Lucius Malfoy intended to be very well positioned indeed when that day came. Harry stood at the window of his new quarters, gazing out at the sprawling grounds of Hogwarts in wonder. From this height, a tower room on the castle's eastern side, he could see a vast lake glittering in the late afternoon sun, a dense forest stretching to the horizon, and what looked like a Quidditch pitch, though he only knew the term because Professor McGonagall had mentioned it during their tour. The room itself was larger than the Dursleys' entire ground floor. A four-poster bed with deep blue hangings dominated one wall, while a cozy sitting area with armchairs and a small table occupied another. Bookshelves lined a third wall, already stocked with what Professor McGonagall had called suitable reading for a young wizard, and a wardrobe stood ready to receive clothes Harry didn't possess. Is it to your liking? Professor McGonagall asked, watching him from near the door. It's brilliant, Harry said honestly, turning from the window. I've never had. I mean, it's really big. Something flickered in McGonagall's eyes, recognition of what he wasn't saying, perhaps. These were guest quarters for visiting scholars, she explained. We thought they might serve until more permanent arrangements can be made. The bathroom is through that door, and meals can be taken either in the Great Hall or brought here by the house elves. House elves? Harry repeated curiously. Magical beings who maintain the castle and prepare the food, McGonagall replied. You'll meet them soon enough. Now, the headmaster asked me to provide you with a preliminary schedule. She handed him a small roll of parchment. Your formal magical education won't begin until September, but given your unique circumstances, we'll be starting some basic control exercises immediately. Harry unrolled the parchment eagerly. Written in flowing script was a simple timetable: 8 o'clock, breakfast 9 to 10:30, meditation with Professor Dumbledore 11 to 12:30, magical theory with Professor McGonagall 12:30 to 1:30, lunch 2 to 3:30, physical exercise with Madam Hooch 4 to 5 o'clock, magical control exercises with Professor Flitwick 5 to 7 o'clock, free time 7 o'clock, dinner. This begins tomorrow, McGonagall told him. Today, you're to rest and recuperate. Madame Pomfrey was quite insistent about that. Harry nodded, secretly relieved. As exciting as everything was, he felt drained, his body still recovering from the massive magical discharge. Professor, he said hesitantly, all of this, learning to control my magic, will it really help? I mean, what if it happens again? What if I hurt someone? McGonagall's stern expression softened. Mr. Potter, Harry, what happened at Privet Drive was the result of years of suppressed magic, combined with difficult circumstances. Here at Hogwarts, you'll learn to channel your magic properly, through a wand and with intention. Accidental magic becomes much rarer once that process begins. But Merlin's core thing, Harry persisted. That's not normal, is it? Even for wizards? No, McGonagall admitted. It is not. But Professor Dumbledore believes that with proper training, you can learn to access that power safely and deliberately, rather than having it erupt in moments of stress or danger. Harry wasn't entirely convinced, but he nodded anyway. What choice did he have? The magic was inside him whether he wanted it or not. Professor Snape didn't seem to like me very much, he observed, changing the subject. McGonagall's lips thinned. Professor Snape is complex. He knew your parents, and that relationship was also complex. He didn't like my dad, Harry guessed, remembering the way Snape's expression had tightened when James Potter was mentioned. They had their differences, McGonagall acknowledged diplomatically. But Professor Snape is an exceptional wizard and a loyal member of the Hogwarts staff. He may not be warm, but he will do his duty. Before Harry could ask more questions, a soft pop announced the arrival of a most unusual creature. About 3 feet tall, with bat-like ears, bulging eyes, and wearing what appeared to be a tea towel stamped with the Hogwarts crest, it bowed low to both of them. "Professor McGonagall, Miss." "Young master," it squeaked. "Tibby is bringing dinner, as Headmaster Dumbledore is asking." The house elf, for Harry assumed this must be one, carried a large tray laden with covered dishes, which it set carefully on the small table. "Thank you, Tibby," McGonagall said. "This is Harry Potter. He'll be staying with us for some time." Tibby's already huge eyes widened further. "Harry Potter," the elf gasped, bowing even lower. "Such an honor, sir." Tibby has heard of Harry Potter's greatness, his defeat of He Who Must Not Be Named. Harry shifted uncomfortably. Thanks. But I don't really remember doing that. I was just a baby." Such modesty. Tibby looked close to tears of admiration. "If young master is needing anything at all, Tibby will come. Just call Tibby's name." With another deep bow, the house elf disappeared with a crack, leaving Harry staring at the spot where it had stood. "House elves are very enthusiastic in their service," McGonagall explained with a hint of amusement. "You'll get used to it. Now, I should leave you to your dinner and rest. Unless you have other questions?" Harry had 1,000 questions, but most of them could wait. There was one, though, that had been nagging at him since his conversation with Dumbledore. "Professor, if I have Merlin's magical core, does that make me Merlin? Like, reborn or something?" McGonagall considered him thoughtfully. "No, Harry. You are very much yourself, the son of Lily and James Potter, with your own unique soul and identity. Merlin's core is a source of power, not a transfer of personality or consciousness. Whatever you choose to do with that power will be your choice, your legacy, not his." Her words reassured him more than she could know. The last thing Harry wanted was to be someone else, especially someone as intimidatingly famous as Merlin. Being Harry Potter, the boy who lived, whatever that meant, was already more than enough to deal with. "Thank you," he said quietly. McGonagall nodded. "Rest well, Mr. Potter. Someone will come for you at breakfast tomorrow." She paused at the door. "And Harry? Welcome to Hogwarts." After she left, Harry sat at the small table and lifted the covers from the dishes Tibby had brought. The sight and smells made his mouth water: roast chicken, mashed potatoes, carrots glazed with honey, fresh bread, and what looked like treacle tart for dessert. More food than the Dursleys had ever allowed him at one sitting. As he ate, savoring each bite, Harry gazed out at the darkening grounds of Hogwarts, his new home. Just 2 days ago, he'd been an unwanted burden living in a cupboard, confused and frightened by his own unexplainable abilities. Now he was a wizard with an ancient magical core, living in a castle, about to learn magic. It was terrifying. It was wonderful. It was, Harry decided as he took another bite of the best chicken he'd ever tasted, exactly the adventure he'd always secretly longed for. Outside his window, the first stars began to appear in the twilight sky. Inside his chest, the dormant power that had wreaked such havoc at Privet Drive slumbered peacefully, waiting for the moment when Harry Potter would be ready to awaken it again, not in fear or anger, but with purpose and understanding. That day would come sooner than anyone expected. Chapter 2, Whispers of Merlin. Dawn broke over Hogwarts with golden tendrils of light streaming through the high windows of Harry's quarters. He'd been awake for an hour already, unable to sleep past the first hint of daybreak. Everything still felt like a dream: the enormous 4-poster bed, the magical castle, the revelation of what he truly was. Harry sat cross-legged on the window seat, watching as the sun illuminated the vast lake below, making its dark surface sparkle. He'd never had a view before. At Privet Drive, his cupboard had no windows, and the rare occasions he'd been allowed in a proper room, Aunt Petunia had kept the curtains drawn to prevent him from spying on the neighbors. A soft knock on his door startled him from his contemplation. "Mr. Potter? Are you awake?" Professor McGonagall's voice called. "Yes, Professor." Harry jumped down from the window seat, suddenly self-conscious about still wearing the same clothes from yesterday, Dudley's oversized hand-me-downs, rumpled from sleep. McGonagall entered, carrying a small bundle. Her eyes swept over him critically but not unkindly. "Good morning. I've brought you some temporary clothing until we can arrange for proper ones." She set the bundle on his bed. "These belonged to a second year who left them behind last term. They've been adjusted to approximate your size." Harry approached the pile cautiously. On top was a plain black robe, similar to what he'd seen the professors wearing, though simpler. Beneath it were trousers, shirts, undergarments, and even a pair of shoes that looked far newer than anything he'd ever owned. "Thank you," he said, running a finger reverently over the robe's soft material. "You're welcome. The bathroom is through there." She nodded toward a door he hadn't explored yet. "I'll wait outside while you change, then escort you to breakfast." 10 minutes later, Harry emerged feeling like a different person. The clothes, though still a little loose despite McGonagall's adjustments, were the first he'd ever worn that weren't Dudley's cast-offs. The robe was slightly too long, pooling around his feet, but he loved how it swirled when he moved. "Much better," McGonagall approved. "Though we'll need to get you properly fitted as soon as possible. Your appearance reflects on Hogwarts now." As they walked through the castle's corridors, Harry struggled to take everything in. Suits of armor that turned their helmets to watch him pass. Portraits whose occupants moved, whispered, and sometimes called out greetings. Staircases that shifted positions while they were climbing them. "The castle can be confusing at first," McGonagall remarked, noticing his wide-eyed wonder. "Even after hundreds of years, some of us still discover new rooms and passageways." "How old is Hogwarts exactly?" Harry asked. "It was founded over 1,000 years ago by 4 of the greatest witches and wizards of the age, Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin." McGonagall led him down a grand staircase. "Each created a house that bears their name, where students with similar qualities are sorted." Harry tried to imagine a building lasting 1,000 years. Number 4 Privet Drive had been built in the 1960s, and Uncle Vernon already complained about the plumbing. "And Merlin?" he asked. "Did he go to Hogwarts too?" McGonagall's pace slowed slightly. "According to historical records, yes. Most accounts place him in Slytherin House, though that was long before the house developed its current reputation." Before Harry could ask what she meant by that, they reached the entrance to what could only be the Great Hall, a cavernous room with 4 long tables running its length and a 5th on a raised platform at the far end. The ceiling above seemed to open directly to the sky, now a brilliant blue with wispy clouds. "The ceiling is enchanted to reflect the weather outside," McGonagall explained, following his gaze. "One of Hogwarts' most famous features." Only a handful of people sat at the head table, Dumbledore in the center, flanked by Professor Snape and a tiny man Harry hadn't met yet. A plump witch with flyaway hair and dirt-smudged robes sat nearby, deep in conversation with a severe-looking woman whose sharp yellow eyes reminded Harry of a hawk. During term, all 4 house tables would be full of students, McGonagall said, leading Harry to the front of the hall. "For now, you'll join us at the staff table, if that's agreeable?" Harry nodded, though his stomach fluttered nervously as every adult eye turned toward him. "Ah, good morning, Harry," Dumbledore called cheerfully, gesturing to an empty chair that had been placed between him and the tiny wizard. "I trust you slept well?" "Yes, sir," Harry replied, climbing awkwardly onto the chair, which was higher than he was used to. His feet dangled several inches above the floor. "Excellent. Allow me to introduce Professor Filius Flitwick, our charms master," Dumbledore gestured to the diminutive wizard beside Harry, who will be assisting with your magical control exercises. Flitwick beamed at Harry and shook his hand enthusiastically. A pleasure, Mr. Potter. A genuine pleasure. I've been reviewing some ancient texts on magical cores since yesterday. Fascinating material, simply fascinating. And this is Professor Sprout, who teaches herbology, Dumbledore continued, indicating the plump witch, and Madam Hooch, our flying instructor who will be supervising your physical exercise. The hawk-eyed woman gave Harry a brief nod. We'll start with basic fitness, Potter. Magic works better through a strong body. Food appeared suddenly on the golden plates before them: eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, porridge, and an assortment of fruits. Harry stared in amazement. The house elves in the kitchen send it up, Flitwick explained, noticing Harry's expression. One of the many magical conveniences of Hogwarts. Harry helped himself cautiously, still not entirely convinced he was allowed to take what he wanted. At the Dursleys, his portions had been strictly controlled, always less than Dudley's, often only scraps. Eat your fill, Harry, Dumbledore encouraged gently. You have a busy day ahead, and growing wizards need their strength. As Harry ate, the conversation around him flowed naturally between the professors. They discussed summer research projects, repairs needed around the castle, and a recent article in a publication called Transfiguration Today, that had apparently caused quite a stir. No one treated him like an intruder or an unwelcome burden, a novel experience that left Harry feeling both relieved and slightly disoriented. After breakfast, Dumbledore said as Harry finished his second helping of eggs, we'll begin with our meditation session. The foundation of controlling Merlin's core, or any magical core, lies in understanding the connection between mind and magic. Harry nodded, apprehension and excitement battling in his chest. Would it hurt? Would the strange power burst out again when he tried to access it? Professor, he asked hesitantly, what if I can't control it? What if what happened at Privet Drive happens again? The table fell silent. Dumbledore regarded Harry thoughtfully over his half-moon spectacles. That's why we're starting with meditation rather than active spell casting, he explained. Before you can direct your magic outward, you must first learn to contain it inward. And you won't be alone, Harry. I'll be with you every step of the way. His words were reassuring, but Harry noticed the quick, concerned glances exchanged between some of the other professors. They were worried too, then. The thought wasn't exactly comforting. Dumbledore's office was unlike any room Harry had ever seen. Circular and tower-based, it was filled with delicate silver instruments that whirred and puffed smoke, bookshelves that reached the ceiling, and portraits of stern-looking witches and wizards who whispered among themselves as Harry entered. Most impressive of all was the magnificent phoenix perched beside the massive desk. Its scarlet and gold plumage seemed to glow with an inner light. That's Fawkes, Dumbledore explained, noticing Harry's awestruck stare. A phoenix. They're extraordinarily magical creatures, loyal, intelligent, and blessed with remarkable healing powers. As if understanding he was being discussed, Fawkes tilted his head and regarded Harry with bright, intelligent eyes. Then, to Harry's astonishment, the phoenix gave a soft trill and flew across the room to land gently on his shoulder. Harry froze, afraid to move. The bird was heavier than he expected, and radiated warmth like a small furnace. Well. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose in surprise. That's rather unusual. Fawkes doesn't typically approach strangers so readily. The phoenix rubbed its head against Harry's cheek, its feathers incredibly soft. A sense of calm washed over him, as if the bird's mere presence soothed something inside that had been tight and painful for as long as he could remember. Does he know about the Merlin thing? Harry asked, cautiously raising a hand to stroke Fawkes's brilliant plumage. Phoenixes perceive magic in ways we can only guess at, Dumbledore replied thoughtfully. It's possible he senses the ancient power within you. Or perhaps, he added with a slight smile, he simply likes you, Harry. Phoenixes are excellent judges of character. Fawkes gave another musical trill, which somehow sounded like agreement, before flying back to his perch. Now then, Dumbledore waved his wand, causing two large, embroidered cushions to appear in the center of the office. Let's begin our meditation. Please, sit comfortably. Harry lowered himself onto one cushion, while Dumbledore settled cross-legged on the other with surprising agility for such an old man. Close your eyes, Dumbledore instructed gently. And focus on your breathing. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Harry obeyed, trying to clear his mind as Dumbledore continued to speak in a calm, rhythmic cadence. Magic lives in every part of you, Harry, not just your core, but your blood, your breath, your thoughts. To control it, you must first be aware of it. Feel it flowing through you, a river of energy that rises and falls with your breath. At first, Harry felt nothing but the usual sensations of breathing and the slight discomfort of sitting still. But gradually, as Dumbledore's voice guided him deeper into meditation, he became aware of something else, a warm current that seemed to pulse in time with his heartbeat, centered somewhere behind his navel but extending throughout his body. That's it, Dumbledore murmured, somehow knowing when Harry had found the sensation. That warmth you feel is your natural magical core, the one all wizards and witches possess. Now, see if you can sense something else, something deeper, older. Don't chase it, just allow your awareness to expand. Harry relaxed further, letting his consciousness drift inward. Behind the steady, gentle flow of his own magic, he gradually became aware of something different, a vast reservoir of power that felt ancient and somehow, asleep. Like a giant slumbering beneath a mountain, only stirring occasionally when triggered by strong emotion. I feel it, he whispered, hardly daring to move lest he disturb the delicate awareness. It's huge. And old. And not really mine. Yet it has chosen you, Dumbledore said softly. Whatever Merlin's original intention for his core, it now resides within you, Harry. The question is not whether you will use it, but how and when. Harry's concentration broke. He opened his eyes to find Dumbledore watching him intently, those piercing blue eyes seeming to look through him rather than at him. Did you know about this? Before what happened at the Dursleys, I mean. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. I suspected something extraordinary had occurred the night Voldemort attacked you. The readings taken at Godric's Hollow afterward showed magical energy far beyond what even a powerful dark wizard should have produced. But I attributed that to the rebounding killing curse, a phenomenon never before documented. He adjusted his spectacles thoughtfully. It was only after yesterday's incident that I connected certain patterns in your magical signature to ancient descriptions of Merlin's core. The distinctive blue-gold energy, the way it responded to emotional distress, the sheer raw power, these match historical accounts preserved in the Department of Mysteries. So what happens now? Harry asked, the enormity of the situation settling over him like a heavy cloak. Do I just live with this thing inside me forever? That remains to be seen, Dumbledore replied. According to legend, Merlin created his core as a legacy, meant to aid a worthy successor in time of great need. Whether that means it will remain with you permanently or eventually dissolve into your own magical core once its purpose is fulfilled, I cannot say with certainty. But you think it has something to do with Voldemort, Harry guessed. With the prophecy you mentioned. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. You are remarkably perceptive for one so young, Harry. Yes, I believe these events are connected. Voldemort marked you as his equal that night, just as the prophecy foretold. Perhaps Merlin's core recognized this and chose you as its vessel precisely because of that connection. Harry frowned, trying to understand. So I'm supposed to use Merlin's magic to defeat Voldemort someday? But I don't even know how to control it. Which is precisely why we're beginning your training now, Dumbledore said firmly. Not to prepare you for battle, no child should bear such a burden, but to help you understand and manage the gift you've been given. He rose gracefully from his cushion. That's enough theory for today. Let's try something practical. Dumbledore moved to his desk and returned with a simple white feather, which he placed on the floor between them. One of the first spells Hogwarts students learn is the levitation charm, he explained. Normally, we would begin by teaching the proper wand movement and incantation. But today, I want you to try something different. Harry looked apprehensively at the feather. You want me to make it fly? Without a wand? I want you to feel the connection between your intent and your magic, Dumbledore clarified. Close your eyes again. Find that warm current of your own magic, not Merlin's core. When you have it, imagine it extending beyond your body, reaching toward the feather, lifting it gently as if carried by a breeze. Harry closed his eyes, finding it easier this time to locate his own magical core. Following Dumbledore's instructions, he imagined the warmth flowing down his arms, out through his fingertips, reaching for the feather. A soft gasp made him open his eyes. The feather was hovering about 6 inches above the floor, wobbling slightly as if caught in a gentle current. I'm doing it! Harry exclaimed, then immediately lost concentration. The feather drifted back to the floor. Excellent, Harry! Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with genuine delight. Most first years require weeks of practice with a wand before achieving even that much control. Pride bloomed in Harry's chest, not just at the accomplishment itself, but at Dumbledore's evident pleasure. No adult had ever looked at him that way before, as if he'd done something good, something right. Can I try again? He asked eagerly. For the next hour, Harry practiced extending his magic toward various objects, the feather, a small silver ball, even one of Dumbledore's mysterious instruments, though that one merely spun faster rather than levitating. By the end of the session, he could reliably lift the feather to eye level and hold it there for nearly a minute. A remarkable beginning, Dumbledore pronounced as their time came to an end. You have a natural affinity for magic, Harry, quite apart from Merlin's core. Your parents would be very proud. Harry, flushed with exertion and success, felt a pang at the mention of his parents. Professor? You said someone named Hagrid has pictures of them. Could I meet him sometime? I believe that could be arranged, Dumbledore replied with a smile. Hagrid has been most eager to see you again. He was, after all, the one who brought you to the Dursleys that night. He knew me as a baby? Indeed. He was quite attached to you, as I recall. Dumbledore rose from his chair. But now, I believe Professor McGonagall is waiting for your magical theory lesson. We mustn't keep her waiting. Minerva values punctuality above almost all virtues. As Harry prepared to leave, he turned back with one more question. Professor? What happened at Privet Drive? Was that Merlin's core or my regular magic? Both, I suspect, Dumbledore answered thoughtfully. Your natural magic had been suppressed for years by your environment and your own fear. When it finally broke free, it likely triggered Merlin's core as well, resulting in the extraordinary discharge we witnessed. He placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. Which is why these lessons are so important, Harry. A wizard who fears his own power will never truly master it. Professor McGonagall's approach to magical education couldn't have been more different from Dumbledore's mystical guidance. She met Harry in a small classroom near the Transfiguration department, where a chalkboard, several thick textbooks, and neat stacks of parchment awaited them. Magic is not merely waving a wand and saying funny words, Mr. Potter, she began briskly. It is a discipline governed by principles and laws as consistent as those of Muggle physics, though admittedly more complex. For the next hour and a half, she introduced Harry to basic magical concepts, the difference between charms, transfiguration, and potions, the importance of intent and visualization in spellcasting, the origins of magical energy and how it interacted with the physical world. Despite the academic nature of the lesson, Harry found himself fascinated. McGonagall had a gift for explaining complex ideas clearly, illustrating her points with simple demonstrations that made abstract concepts concrete. So that's why magical things can break the rules of physics, Harry said when she explained how transfiguration temporarily overwrote the natural properties of matter. Because magic is sort of telling reality to be different for a while. A simplification, but essentially correct, McGonagall agreed, looking pleased at his understanding. Which is why permanent transfiguration is so difficult and draining. You're not just changing an object's form, but fundamentally altering its relationship with natural law. She conjured a teacup from thin air, then transfigured it into a mouse, which scurried across the desk before she changed it back. With your particular magical situation, Mr. Potter, understanding these principles is even more crucial than for the average student. The power at your disposal means even small errors in application could have significant consequences. The weight of responsibility settled over Harry again. You mean I could hurt people if I don't learn properly? McGonagall's expression softened slightly. I mean that knowledge is the foundation of control. And control is what will allow you to use your extraordinary gifts safely and effectively. She hesitated, then added in a gentler tone, your mother understood this better than most. Lily was not just talented but meticulous in her approach to magic, always seeking to understand the why behind the how. Harry perked up at the mention of his mother. Was she good at transfiguration too? She excelled in charms and potions particularly, but was accomplished in all her subjects, McGonagall replied. Your father, on the other hand, had a natural affinity for transfiguration that bordered on the intuitive. What were they like? Harry asked eagerly. As people, I mean? McGonagall seemed to consider her words carefully. Your father, James, was confident, sometimes to the point of arrogance in his younger years, though he matured considerably during his time at Hogwarts. He was fiercely loyal to his friends, courageous to a fault, and quite the Quidditch player, a chaser for Gryffindor. A faint smile touched her lips at some remembered detail. Lily was brilliant, kind, but with a temper that matched her red hair when provoked. She had a strong sense of justice and never hesitated to stand up for those being mistreated. It took James quite some time to win her affection, his early attempts were rather misguided. But they loved each other? Harry pressed, hungry for any details about the parents he couldn't remember. Very much, McGonagall assured him. By their 7th year, they were inseparable. And when you were born? Her voice softened further. I've rarely seen two people more delighted with a child. Your father would carry you around, showing you off to everyone. Your mother used to sing to you for hours. Harry's throat tightened. No one had ever told him these things, small, precious details that made Lily and James Potter real people, not just names or the shadowy figures he sometimes tried to imagine. Thank you, he managed, blinking rapidly. McGonagall nodded briskly, seeming to sense his emotion and tactfully redirecting. Now, before our time ends, I'd like you to read the first chapter of this book. She slid a volume titled Magical Theory for Young Wizards toward him. It covers the fundamental laws of magic that we've discussed. We'll review it tomorrow. As Harry began to read, McGonagall observed him quietly, seeing Lily's concentration in the furrow of his brow and James's intensity in the set of his jaw. She had opposed Albus's decision to place the boy with those dreadful muggles, and time had proven her right. The damage was evident, in his too thin frame, his wariness around adults, his surprise at basic kindness. But there was resilience there too, and a brightness of spirit that neither the Dursleys' neglect nor the burden of Merlin's core had managed to extinguish. Minerva McGonagall was not a sentimental woman, but watching Harry Potter absorb magical knowledge with such earnest enthusiasm, she felt something suspiciously like hope. Lunch in the Great Hall was a more relaxed affair than breakfast. Only Hagrid, Professor Flitwick, and a witch Flitwick introduced as Madame Pants, the librarian, joined Harry and McGonagall at the table. Hagrid, an enormous man with a wild beard and kind eyes, nearly knocked over the table in his excitement to meet Harry. Last time I saw ya was just a tiny baby, he boomed, wiping suspiciously moist eyes with a tablecloth-sized handkerchief. And look at ya now. Spittin' image of your dad, but ye've got your mum's eyes, ye do. Hagrid was just telling me he's been collecting photographs for you, Flitwick piped up. A splendid album, from what I hear. Got contributions from lots of your parents' old friends, Hagrid confirmed proudly. Figured ye might not have many pictures, livin' with muggles and all. I don't have any, Harry admitted. The Dursleys never showed me any pictures of my parents. They didn't like talking about them. Hagrid's expression darkened. Never did think those muggles were right for ye. Said as much to Professor Dumbledore at the time, but he had his reasons. He brightened again. But you're here now. And I've got that album nearly finished. Been meanin' to give it to ye when ye started at Hogwarts proper, but seein' as you're here early. I'd love to see it, Harry said eagerly. Professor Dumbledore said maybe I could visit you sometime. Visit? Oh, course. Hagrid beamed. Got a cabin at the edge o' the forest. You're welcome any time, Harry. Any time at all. The sincerity in Hagrid's invitation warmed Harry through. He'd never been wanted before, not at the Dursleys, not at school where Dudley's bullying kept other children away, nowhere. Yet here was this giant man, practically vibrating with joy at the prospect of Harry's company. After lunch, Harry followed Madame Hooch down to the castle grounds for his physical exercise session. The hawk-eyed flying instructor led him to a flat expanse of lawn near the Quidditch pitch. Magic requires more than mental discipline, Potter, she explained, instructing him to remove his outer robe. It demands physical stamina as well. Particularly powerful spells can drain a wizard's energy significantly. For the next hour and a half, Madame Hooch put Harry through a series of exercises designed to improve his strength, flexibility, and endurance. Some were familiar from Muggle primary school, jumping jacks, running laps, stretches, while others seemed specifically designed for young wizards, involving movements that mimicked common spellcasting gestures. By the end, Harry was sweaty, exhausted, but oddly exhilarated. Despite being skinny and small for his age, he discovered he had decent natural speed and coordination. Not bad for a beginner, Madame Hooch pronounced as he completed his final lap around the makeshift track she'd created. Though we'll need to build up your endurance. And put some meat on those bones. Harry nodded, too winded to speak. He'd never been allowed to participate fully in sports at his Muggle school, the Dursleys hadn't bought him proper trainers, and Dudley had threatened any child who picked Harry for their team. Have you ever flown before, Potter? Hooch asked unexpectedly as they walked back toward the castle. Harry looked at her in confusion. Flown? Like, on an airplane? She snorted. On a broomstick, boy. Your father was a natural flyer, one of the best Quidditch players Gryffindor ever had, according to Minerva. People really fly on broomsticks? Harry's eyes widened. Despite everything he'd learned, some aspects of the wizarding world still seemed fantastical. Of course. How else would we play Quidditch? Madame Hooch's yellow eyes gleamed. Tell you what. If you work hard on your physical conditioning, I'll give you a basic flying lesson before term starts. Normally first years don't begin until September, but in your case. Yes, please. Harry said immediately, excitement bubbling up despite his fatigue. Flying, actual flying, on a broomstick, like witches in storybooks, sounded like the most wonderful magic yet. Madame Hooch smiled, a rare softening of her usually stern expression. Your father would approve. Now, get cleaned up before your session with Flitwick. Magic and sweat don't mix well. Professor Flitwick's classroom contained rows of desks, but for Harry's lesson, he'd cleared a large space in the center and placed a single table there, upon which sat an assortment of feathers, matchsticks, small blocks of wood, and what appeared to be a glass marble. Control exercises, the tiny professor squeaked enthusiastically as Harry entered. The foundation of all practical magic. Come in, come in. Unlike his sessions with Dumbledore and McGonagall, which had focused on theory and internal awareness, Flitwick's lesson centered on practical application. He presented Harry with a slender stick of polished wood. "This isn't a proper wand," he explained, "but a training implement. No magical core, just plain applewood. We'll use it to practice the movements of basic spells without triggering your actual magic." For the next hour, Flitwick demonstrated simple wand gestures, the swish and flick of the levitation charm, the sharp jab of the matchstick-to-needle transfiguration, the spiral motion of a basic unlocking charm. Harry mimicked each movement with the practice wand, Flitwick correcting his grip and technique with patient precision. "Excellent progress, Mr. Potter," the professor declared as Harry successfully completed a complicated figure-8 motion. "Your hand-eye coordination is quite good, another trait you've inherited from your father, I'd wager." James Potter had remarkable wand-work precision, especially in dueling. "My dad was a duelist?" Harry asked, intrigued. "Not professionally, but he had a natural talent for it. He and Sirius Black were quite the formidable pair in the dueling club." Flitwick's cheerful expression faltered momentarily. "But that was long ago." "Who's Sirius Black?" Harry asked, noticing the change in Flitwick's demeanor. The professor hesitated. "He was your father's best friend during their school years. They were inseparable, along with Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew. They called themselves the Marauders. Quite the troublemakers." His expression grew somber. "But things changed after Hogwarts." Before Harry could press for more details, Flitwick clapped his hands briskly. "Now then. For our final exercise today, I'd like you to try something a bit different." He gestured toward the glass marble on the table. "This is an emotion orb, a teaching tool we sometimes use with students who struggle with controlling their magic. It changes color in response to the magical aura of the person holding it, which in turn reflects their emotional state." Harry picked up the marble curiously. It immediately turned a pleasant blue color with swirls of green. "Ah!" Curious and calm, with a touch of wonder, Flitwick interpreted. "A good starting point. Now, I'd like you to try something potentially challenging. Summon a memory or thought that makes you angry or upset, and observe what happens to the orb." Harry frowned, but closed his eyes and thought of Dudley and his gang chasing him through the school playground, of Uncle Vernon's purple face screaming about freakishness, of Aunt Petunia's cold dismissal when he'd asked about his parents. The marble in his palm grew warm, its color shifting to a deep, turbulent red with flashes of angry orange. Harry could feel his heartbeat quickening, his breathing becoming shallow. "Good," Flitwick said softly. "Now, without opening your eyes or letting go of that emotion, try to calm the orb. Breathe deeply and imagine the red color gradually shifting back toward blue." It was difficult. The memories Harry had summoned left him feeling raw and vulnerable. But he followed Flitwick's instructions, focusing on his breathing, imagining cool blue slowly replacing the angry red. When he opened his eyes again, the marble had turned a purplish hue, not the calm blue it had been before, but no longer the volatile red either. "Well done." Flitwick looked genuinely impressed. Most students require weeks to achieve that level of emotional regulation. The ability to maintain magical control while experiencing strong emotions is essential, especially given your particular circumstances. He took the marble from Harry's hand. "I think that's enough for today. You've had a full day of new experiences, and magical control is as much about knowing when to rest as it is about exertion." Harry nodded gratefully. His mind felt as tired as his body after the day's lessons, stretched in new ways by concepts and exercises he'd never imagined. "Professor," he asked as he prepared to leave, "will I be able to do real spells soon? With a proper wand, I mean?" Flitwick considered the question. Ordinarily, students don't receive their wands until just before starting at Hogwarts. But your situation is unique. I shall speak with Professor Dumbledore about it. There may be merit in introducing controlled wand work earlier in your case. The prospect of a real wand, of performing actual spells rather than just exercises, sent a thrill of excitement through Harry despite his fatigue. "Thank you, sir," he said sincerely. "For everything today." Flitwick smiled warmly. "It's my pleasure, Mr. Potter. Truly. Teaching is my calling, and working with a student of your potential is a rare opportunity indeed." Harry's free time before dinner passed in a blur of exploration. With permission to roam certain parts of the castle, he wandered through corridors lined with portraits that called out greetings, peeked into empty classrooms filled with fascinating magical equipment, and eventually found himself in the library, a vast chamber with thousands of books on towering shelves that seemed to stretch impossibly high. Madame Pants, the stern librarian, watched him like a hawk as he browsed, but softened slightly when he asked politely about books on magical history. "Specifically interested in Merlin, are you?" she asked shrewdly, noticing the titles he was examining. "Just curious," Harry replied cautiously. He wasn't sure how widely known his connection to Merlin's core was among the staff. Madame Pants studied him for a moment before selecting a slim volume bound in midnight blue leather. "This might suit your purpose better than those dusty tomes. Merlin, Fact and Fiction, an illustrated primer for younger readers." The author, Bathilda Bagshot, is a respected historian who separates the documented facts from the more embellished legends. "Thank you," Harry said, accepting the book gratefully. He settled into a comfortable window seat and began to read, quickly becoming absorbed in the account of Merlin's life. According to Bagshot, Merlin had indeed attended Hogwarts in its early years, displaying unprecedented magical abilities from a young age. After graduation, he had served in the court of King Arthur, who, Harry was surprised to learn, had actually existed, using his magic to protect the realm during a time when the division between the magical and Muggle worlds was not yet complete. But what interested Harry most was the section on Merlin's death, or rather, the lack of definitive record of it. The great wizard had apparently vanished from his tower one night, leaving behind only a cryptic message about laying down a path for times of greatest need, and rumors of a powerful magical artifact he had created to preserve his knowledge and power. "Merlin's core," Harry whispered, running his finger over the illustration of a glowing, blue-gold crystal. According to Bagshot, the core had been sought by generations of wizards but never found. Most historians believed it was either a myth or had been destroyed centuries ago. Clearly, they were wrong. "Finding something of interest, Mr. Potter?" Harry jumped, nearly dropping the book. Professor Snape stood beside his window seat, his dark eyes moving from Harry's face to the open page before him. "Just reading about Merlin, sir," Harry replied, suddenly nervous. His few interactions with Snape had left him with the distinct impression that the potions master didn't like him much. "Indeed." Snape's gaze lingered on the illustration of the core. "Developing a personal interest in the subject, I see." There was something in his tone, not quite accusation, but a pointed awareness, that made Harry think Snape knew exactly why he was researching Merlin. "Professor Dumbledore said it might help me understand what happened," he said carefully. Snape studied him silently for a long moment. "You have your mother's caution," he finally said, his voice slightly less cold than usual. "A trait that served her well in complicated situations." Harry blinked in surprise. "You knew my mother?" "We were acquainted," Snape replied stiffly. "We attended Hogwarts during the same period." "Were you friends?" Harry asked eagerly, hungry for any information about Lily Potter. Something flickered in Snape's black eyes, pain, perhaps, or regret. "For a time," he said, the words clipped. "Your mother was a gifted witch, particularly in potions. She had an intuitive understanding of magical interactions that few possess." Before Harry could ask more questions, Snape changed the subject abruptly. "The headmaster has asked me to inform you that a ministry delegation will be arriving tomorrow to assess your situation." "The ministry? You mean like, the wizard government?" "Precisely that," Snape confirmed. "The Minister for Magic himself, Cornelius Fudge, along with several department heads and a representative from the Waisengemot, our High Court. Harry felt a flutter of anxiety. Am I in trouble after all? Not officially, Snape said, his lip curling slightly. But the Ministry rarely misses an opportunity to involve itself in matters that concern the boy who lived, particularly when those matters involve unprecedented magical power. The way he said, "boy who lived," with a mixture of distaste and something like pity, made Harry squirm uncomfortably. "What do they want?" he asked. "To confirm the headmaster's theory about Merlin's core. To establish protocols for your continued education. To ensure you don't pose a threat to the statute of secrecy." Snape paused, then added with a slight sneer, "and to be seen doing something about a situation that has caused considerable alarm in certain quarters. Do I need to do anything? Prepare somehow?" Snape seemed to consider the question seriously, his initial disdain fading slightly. "Be honest but circumspect, Potter. Answer their questions directly but don't volunteer information unnecessarily. And remember that not everyone who smiles at you has your best interests at heart." It was surprisingly practical advice, delivered without the contempt Snape had shown in their previous interactions. Harry nodded gratefully. "Thank you, sir." Snape inclined his head slightly. "Dinner will be served shortly. I suggest you return that book to its shelf and make your way to the Great Hall." As Harry carefully reshelved the book on Merlin, he mulled over Snape's warning. The professors at Hogwarts had been kind and helpful, making him feel welcome for the first time in his life. But tomorrow would bring strangers, important, powerful strangers from the Ministry who might have very different ideas about what should happen to a 6-year-old boy with Merlin's core. The thought was unsettling, but as Harry made his way to dinner, he found himself feeling more curious than afraid. After years of being told he was nothing, a burden, a freak, he was suddenly important enough for government officials to come and see him. Whatever happened tomorrow, it had to be better than going back to the Dursleys. And if they tried to take him away from Hogwarts, well, he'd just have to convince them this was where he belonged. Miles away, in the elegant drawing room of Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy was explaining his newest endeavor to his wife, Narcissa. "The committee has been approved by the minister himself," he said, sipping a glass of aged fire whiskey. "Official oversight of Potter's education and development, with myself as chairman." Narcissa, elegant and poised even in the privacy of their home, raised a perfectly shaped eyebrow. "And Dumbledore agreed to this arrangement?" "He had little choice," Lucius replied with a satisfied smile. The incident at the Muggle dwelling triggered every magical detection instrument at the Ministry. The official report estimates power levels comparable to those recorded during Grindelwald's final duel with Dumbledore. From a 6-year-old child. He shook his head in genuine amazement. The Waisengemot was nearly unanimous in approving the Oversight Committee. "And what exactly does this committee allow you to do?" Narcissa asked, always quick to identify the practical implications. "Regular assessment of Potter's progress. Input on his educational curriculum. Approval authority for his permanent guardianship arrangements." Lucius swirled the amber liquid in his glass thoughtfully. "Dumbledore has been permitted temporary custody while more suitable arrangements are considered." "Suitable according to whom?" Narcissa's blue eyes were sharp with interest. "That remains to be determined," Lucius replied smoothly. "But the committee's recommendations will carry considerable weight." Narcissa studied her husband's expression. After nearly 15 years of marriage, she knew when Lucius was planning something significant. "You have someone in mind?" It wasn't a question, but Lucius answered anyway. "Several possibilities. A proper wizarding family, naturally. Someone with the resources and status to raise the boy who lived appropriately. Someone aligned with your interests," Narcissa added shrewdly. Lucius smiled. "Our interests, my dear. The future of our world, and our son's place in it." At the mention of their son, Narcissa glanced toward the door that led to the east wing, where 7-year-old Draco was likely engaged in his evening flying practice under the supervision of his private coach. Speaking of Draco, Lucius continued, following her gaze, I believe this situation presents an interesting opportunity. Potter will need to acclimate to wizarding society, to form connections with his peers. Who better to guide him than the heir to one of Britain's oldest magical families? Understanding dawned in Narcissa's eyes. You want Draco to befriend the Potter boy? I want our son to exercise his natural gifts for leadership and influence, Lucius corrected smoothly. Potter may have unusual magical power, but he's been raised by muggles, ignorant of our ways. He'll be looking for guidance, for acceptance. Draco can provide that, on our terms. Narcissa considered this, her aristocratic features thoughtful. Draco will be pleased. He's been fascinated by the Harry Potter stories since he was old enough to understand them. Reality may prove different from those children's tales, Lucius cautioned. By all accounts, the boy is untrained, unrefined, and potentially volatile. But with the right influence. He trailed off significantly. When will you meet him? Narcissa asked. Tomorrow. The ministry delegation visits Hogwarts to conduct its initial assessment. As committee chairman, I'll naturally be included. Lucius finished his fire whiskey and set the glass aside. I believe I shall take Draco with me. An educational opportunity for him, and a first step in establishing the connection we've discussed. So soon? Narcissa seemed surprised. Won't Dumbledore object to involving children? Officially, Draco will be there to observe the proceedings as part of his pre-Hogwarts educational enrichment, Lucius explained. A common practice among families of our standing. Dumbledore may suspect my actual motives, but he can hardly object without revealing his own desire to isolate Potter from his peers. He rose from his chair with fluid grace, crossing to the ornate fireplace where flames danced in shades of green and silver, a charm Narcissa had designed herself for aesthetic harmony with the room's decor. The wizarding world believes Harry Potter is their savior, the child who defeated the Dark Lord, Lucius said, gazing into the magical fire. They've built him into a symbol of hope, of light magic triumphant. Imagine their reaction if they learned he now houses power that rivals or exceeds Merlin's own. Fear, Narcissa said immediately. Uncertainty. A desire for control. Precisely. Lucius turned back to face her, his gray eyes gleaming with calculation. And in times of fear and uncertainty, people look to those who offer security and stability. The old families. The traditional ways. Narcissa smiled slowly, appreciating the elegance of her husband's strategy. You're not just seeking influence over the boy. You're using him to reshape the ministry's approach to power itself. The Wizengamot has grown complacent under Dumbledore's influence, Lucius confirmed. Too willing to accommodate Muggle-born sensibilities, too hesitant to embrace the full potential of magical power. Potter's situation provides a perfect opportunity to shift that balance. He extended a hand to his wife, who took it gracefully and rose to stand beside him. Regardless of whether the Dark Lord returns, Lucius continued in a lower voice, our world is changing. New alliances will be formed. New powers will emerge. The Malfoy family must be positioned at the center of that transformation. As we have been for centuries, Narcissa agreed, her pride in their lineage evident in her tone. Together, they moved toward the drawing room door, their conversation turning to practical matters of Draco's preparation for tomorrow's visit. Behind them, the enchanted fire continued to burn, casting long shadows across the luxurious room, shadows that seemed, for just a moment, to form the shape of a serpent coiled to strike. Harry woke early again the next morning, too anxious about the ministry delegation to sleep late. After washing and dressing in the new clothes Professor McGonagall had provided, a set of proper wizarding robes in a deep green that she said complemented his eyes, he found himself pacing his quarters, unable to settle. A soft knock at his door interrupted his nervous circuit. Come in, he called, expecting McGonagall or perhaps Dumbledore. Instead, it was Hagrid who squeezed his enormous frame through the doorway, carrying a leather-bound album under one massive arm. "Mornin', Harry," he greeted cheerfully. "Thought ya might like some company before all the ministry folk arrive. And I've brought that photo album I mentioned." Hagrid. Harry's anxiety immediately diminished in the face of the groundskeeper's friendly presence. "Thank you for coming. I was driving myself mad waiting." "Nervous, eh?" Hagrid settled himself carefully on a sofa that creaked ominously under his weight. "Can't blame ya. Bunch o' stuffed robes from the ministry pokin', their noses in, a skin, all sorts o' questions." He patted the seat beside him. "Come on, then. Let's have a look at these pictures. Take your mind off things." Harry sat eagerly beside Hagrid, who placed the album across both their laps. The cover was made of rich brown leather, with "The Potter Family" embossed in gold letters. "Made it myself," Hagrid said proudly. "Been collectin' the photos for years, thinkin' I'd give it to ya when ya started Hogwarts proper. But seein' as you're here now." He opened the album to the first page, and Harry's breath caught in his throat. There, waving up at him, were a young man and woman he instantly recognized, his parents. James Potter looked exactly as McGonagall had described him, tall and lean, with the same untidy black hair Harry had, though his eyes were hazel rather than green. Lily Potter was beautiful, with long red hair and the bright green eyes Harry saw in his own reflection. In the photo, they stood together in what looked like the Hogwarts grounds, James with his arm around Lily's shoulders, both beaming with happiness. As Harry watched, Photo James leaned down to kiss Lily's cheek, making her laugh. "That was their last year at Hogwarts," Hagrid explained softly. "After they finally got together. Took your dad 7 years to convince your mum to give him a chance, you know." Harry couldn't speak. He was transfixed by the moving image, the first he'd ever seen of his parents. They looked so young, so alive, so different from the shadowy figures he'd imagined. "Turn the page," Hagrid encouraged gently. The album contained dozens of photographs, each one a treasure to Harry. His parents at their wedding, Lily in a beautiful white gown, James looking dashing in dress robes. The couple with 3 other young men Hagrid identified as Sirius Black, James's best man, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew, the Marauders, together at the wedding reception, raising glasses in a toast. Then came the pictures Harry found most precious of all, himself as a baby, held in his parents' arms. Baby Harry waving fat fists, zooming around on a toy broomstick while James chased after him laughing, sleeping on Lily's shoulder as she gazed down at him with such love it made Harry's chest ache. "That's me," he whispered, touching the image of his infant self with a gentle finger. "With them." "Yeah, we're the center of their world," Hagrid said, his voice rough with emotion. "Never saw 2 people more in love with a baby than your parents were with you." Harry turned page after page, drinking in each image, committing every detail to memory. The album ended with a photo of the 3 of them together, James, Lily, and baby Harry, in what looked like a cozy living room decorated for Christmas. They sat before a fire, Harry on Lily's lap, all 3 laughing as enchanted paper snowflakes fell around them. That was taken just a few months before. Hagrid trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. "Before Voldemort killed them," Harry completed quietly. He traced the outline of his mother's face in the photograph. "They look so happy." They were, Hagrid assured him. "Right up to the end, they were happy, because they had you, and each other." He cleared his throat gruffly. "The album's yours now, Harry. To keep." Harry looked up at Hagrid, his eyes swimming with tears he refused to let fall. "Thank you," he said, putting every ounce of feeling he could into the words. "This is the best gift anyone's ever given me." Hagrid's beetle-black eyes were suspiciously moist as well. "Ah, well," he mumbled, clearly embarrassed by Harry's gratitude. "Thought ya should have it. Your family, after all." "Family." The word resonated in Harry's chest like the toll of a bell. For the first time in his life, he had tangible proof of belonging somewhere, to someone. These people had wanted him, loved him, not seen him as a burden or a freak, but as the center of their world. A louder knock at the door interrupted the emotional moment. Professor McGonagall entered, looking even more formal than usual in emerald green robes with a Scottish tartan sash. "There you are, Hagrid," she said briskly. "Ah, I see you've given Harry the album. Good timing." She turned to Harry. "The ministry delegation has arrived, Mr. Potter. The headmaster asks that you join us in the Great Hall in 15 minutes. Harry closed the album carefully, holding it against his chest. "I'll be ready, Professor." After McGonagall and Hagrid departed, Harry placed the precious album on his bedside table. He would study every photograph more carefully later, memorize every detail. But now, he had to face the ministry, and whatever they had planned for his future. As he straightened his robes and attempted to flatten his unruly hair, Harry realized he felt different than he had just an hour ago. The nervous anxiety had been replaced by something steadier, more resolved. The album had reminded him of something important. He wasn't just a magical anomaly or the boy who lived. He was Harry Potter, son of Lily and James, who had loved him enough to die protecting him. Whatever power resided within him, his own or Merlin's, it belonged to Harry Potter. And he would decide how to use it. The Great Hall had been transformed for the ministry's visit. The usual longhouse tables were gone, replaced by a single large round table at the center of the hall. Dumbledore stood near it, resplendent in midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars, deep in conversation with a portly man wearing pinstriped robes and a lime-green bowler hat. As Harry entered with Professor McGonagall, conversation around the table faltered, then stopped altogether as every head turned in his direction. "Ah, Harry!" Dumbledore called cheerfully, beckoning him forward. "Please join us. May I introduce Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic." The portly man stepped forward, extending his hand with a too wide smile. "Harry Potter. At last. An honor, my boy, a genuine honor." Harry shook the minister's hand politely, uncomfortable with the man's effusive greeting. "Hello, sir." "Remarkable, simply remarkable," Fudge continued, studying Harry as if he were a particularly interesting museum exhibit. "You look just like your father, you know, except for the eyes. Got your mother's eyes, haven't you?" "So I'm told," Harry replied, already tired of the scrutiny. Dumbledore smoothly took charge of the introductions. "Harry, these are the other members of our delegation, Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, Madame Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to the minister, and Mr. Lucius Malfoy, representing the Hogwarts Board of Governors and chairman of the newly formed Educational Oversight Committee for Exceptional Cases." Harry nodded to each in turn, trying to form quick impressions. Madame Bones was a square-jawed witch with a monocle who gave him a fair, appraising look rather than the odd stare of the others. Mr. Crouch was stiff and formal, barely acknowledging Harry's greeting. Madame Umbridge, a squat woman with a wide mouth and bulging eyes, simpered at him in a way that immediately set his teeth on edge. Lucius Malfoy was the most striking, tall and aristocratic, with long platinum blonde hair and cold grey eyes that assessed Harry with calculating interest. Beside him stood a boy about Harry's age, so similar in appearance he could only be Malfoy's son. "And this is my son, Draco," Malfoy said smoothly, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder. "He's here as part of his educational enrichment. I hope you don't mind, Dumbledore. I thought it might be beneficial for Mr. Potter to meet someone his own age." "Not at all, Lucius," Dumbledore replied, though Harry thought he detected a hint of reservation in the headmaster's tone. "Young companionship is always welcome." Draco Malfoy stepped forward, his pointed face set in an expression of careful politeness. "Pleased to meet you, Potter," he said, offering his hand just as his father had done. I've heard all about you, of course. Harry shook Draco's hand, not sure what to make of the other boy. Nice to meet you too, he replied automatically. Shall we be seated? Dumbledore suggested, gesturing to the round table. I believe the house elves have prepared refreshments. As they took their places, Harry found himself between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, with Draco directly across from him. The adults immediately fell into a discussion of procedural matters, the formation of the Oversight Committee, the parameters of their assessment, the legal status of Harry's guardianship, that quickly became too technical for Harry to follow. Draco caught his eye across the table and rolled his own in a gesture of shared boredom. Despite himself, Harry felt a small smile tug at his lips. It was oddly comforting to have another child present during this formal adult proceeding. So, Draco said in a low voice while Fudge and Crouch debated some point of Ministry protocol, is it true you blew up an entire Muggle house with accidental magic? Harry hesitated, glancing at Dumbledore, who appeared engrossed in the adults' conversation but gave him a small nod of permission. Sort of, Harry admitted quietly. I didn't mean to. I was angry, and it just happened. Draco's pale eyes widened with interest. Father says it was the most powerful burst of accidental magic recorded in centuries. That you might have Merlin's magical signature. So the information wasn't being kept secret, at least not from the Malfoys. That's what Professor Dumbledore thinks, Harry confirmed cautiously. That's brilliant, Draco declared, looking genuinely impressed. Can you do anything special with it? Like, wandless magic or something? Before Harry could respond, their conversation was interrupted by Madame Umbridge's simpering voice cutting through the general discussion. Hem, she coughed delicately. Perhaps we might address the primary concern directly? The potential danger posed by Mr. Potter's condition. The table fell silent. Harry felt his cheeks burn as everyone turned to look at him again. Harry is not a danger, Dolores, Dumbledore said firmly. He is a child experiencing an extraordinary magical development that requires guidance and education, not fear and containment. With all due respect, Headmaster, Lucius Malfoy interjected smoothly, the incident at the Muggle dwelling suggests otherwise. Had the boy's outburst occurred in a more populated area, the consequences could have been severe. Which is precisely why he's here at Hogwarts, McGonagall countered, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced as it always did when she was annoyed. Where he can learn to control his abilities in a safe, supportive environment. The question, Fudge said importantly, is whether Hogwarts is indeed the appropriate setting for such specialized training. The school term doesn't begin for months, after all, and the staff will have their regular duties to attend to. We have already arranged a modified educational program for Harry, Dumbledore explained, his calm voice a contrast to the tension around the table. Focusing on magical control, theory, and basic skills development. Several professors have volunteered their expertise during the summer months. Very commendable, Malfoy said with a thin smile that didn't reach his eyes. But perhaps insufficient given the unique nature of the situation. The committee believes a more comprehensive approach may be required. Harry glanced at Draco, who was watching the adults' exchange with keen interest, a small smirk playing about his lips. Clearly, the boy had some idea what his father was leading up to. What exactly are you proposing, Lucius? Madame Bones asked directly. Malfoy inclined his head to her. A specialized curriculum developed by experts in magical control and ancient power signatures. Regular assessment by ministry specialists. And most importantly, placement in a stable, wizarding household that can provide appropriate supervision and cultural integration. Harry's heart sank. They wanted to take him away from Hogwarts, away from the first place he'd felt welcome and understood. I don't want to leave Hogwarts, he said suddenly, his voice cutting through the adults' discussion. I like it here. I'm learning a lot already. All eyes turned to him again, some surprised, as if they'd forgotten he could speak for himself. My dear boy, Umbridge said in a sickeningly sweet voice, this isn't about what you want, but what's best for you, and for the safety of others. Surely you understand that after what happened at your relative's home? What happened at the Dursleys was the result of years of suppressed magic in an environment hostile to Harry's very nature, Dumbledore said, his voice still calm but with an edge of steel beneath it. The situation here is entirely different. Nevertheless, Malfoy pressed, the committee feels strongly that Mr. Potter would benefit from placement in a proper wizarding household. One with the resources, stability, and social standing to support his unique needs. Such as? Madame Bones asked bluntly. A small, triumphant smile played at the corners of Malfoy's mouth. Several families have expressed interest, should the need arise. The Malfoy family would, of course, be honored to provide Mr. Potter with a home, given the appropriate ministry support and oversight. Harry couldn't help glancing at Draco, whose expression had shifted from smirking interest to surprised delight. The other boy mouthed what looked like "brilliant" across the table. That's very generous, Lucius, Fudge said warmly, very generous indeed. And certainly worth considering. If we're discussing potential guardians, McGonagall interrupted sharply, there are several other candidates with closer connections to the Potter family who should be considered first. Remus Lupin, for example, a werewolf? Umbridge's voice dripped with disdain. Surely you jest, Professor McGonagall. The ministry could never approve such a placement. Or Augusta Longbottom, McGonagall continued as if Umbridge hadn't spoken. Her grandson Neville is Harry's godbrother through Alice Longbottom, who was Harry's godmother. Madame Longbottom is already raising one magical child with special circumstances, Crouch pointed out. It would be an imposition to ask her to take on another. Perhaps, Dumbledore interjected smoothly, we are getting ahead of ourselves. Harry's immediate educational needs are being met at Hogwarts. The question of his permanent guardianship is certainly important, but need not be resolved today. He turned to Harry, his blue eyes kind behind the half-moon spectacles. Harry, would you mind if I asked you a few questions about your experience so far? It might help the committee understand your situation better. Grateful for Dumbledore's intervention, Harry nodded. Of course, Professor. You've had several lessons now in magical awareness and control. Could you share with our guests what you've learned about your connection to your magic? Harry thought carefully before answering, remembering Snape's advice to be honest but circumspect. I've learned that there are two kinds of magic inside me. My normal magic, which feels warm and flows like a current. And the other magic, Merlin's core, which is deeper and older and much stronger. And can you access this core, at will? Malfoy asked with carefully controlled interest. Harry shook his head. Not really. I can feel it there, but it's sort of asleep most of the time. Professor Dumbledore says with training, I'll learn to access it safely when needed. Fascinating, Fudge murmured, though he looked more nervous than fascinated. Have you performed any magic since arriving at Hogwarts? Madame Bones inquired. Just small things, in my lessons, Harry replied. Levitating a feather, sensing magical currents. Nothing explosive, he added, with a small smile that made Madame Bones's lips twitch in response. And you feel safe here? In control? She pressed, her direct gaze assessing but not unkind. Harry nodded firmly. Yes. For the first time, really. At the Dursleys, I was always afraid of my magic, trying to hold it in because they hated anything abnormal. Here, I'm learning that it's a natural part of me, not something to fear. Madame Bones nodded thoughtfully. Thank you for your candor, Mr. Potter. If I might suggest, Dumbledore said, perhaps a practical demonstration would be more informative than continued discussion. Harry has been working with Professor Flitwick on basic control exercises. With your permission, we could adjourn to the charms classroom where Harry could show you his progress. The suggestion was met with general agreement, though Harry noticed that Malfoy and Umbridge exchanged a glance that suggested they had hoped for a different outcome to the meeting. As the group rose from the table, Draco fell into step beside Harry. "Is it true you can do wandless magic already?" he asked in a low voice. "Sort of," Harry admitted. "Just simple things." "That's advanced stuff," Draco said, sounding genuinely impressed. "Father's been hiring the best tutors for me since I was 5, and I haven't done any real magic yet, just theory and preparation." "I didn't know wizard children got lessons before Hogwarts," Harry said, realizing how little he knew about normal wizarding childhoods. Draco looked surprised. "Of course we do. Not actual spellcasting, we can't get wands until we're 11, but everything else. Magical theory, history, proper deportment, genealogy, pre-potion basics. Didn't those muggles teach you anything?" "No," Harry said shortly, not wanting to get into details about the Dursleys. "They don't like magic." Draco wrinkled his nose in distaste. "Typical muggles. That's why proper wizarding families are better for raising magical children. They understand our ways, our heritage." He glanced ahead to where his father walked with Fudge. "If you did come live with us, I could help you catch up on everything you've missed. It would be like having a brother." The casual offer caught Harry off guard. Despite Malfoy Sr.'s obvious political maneuvering, Draco seemed genuinely excited by the prospect of Harry joining his family. And the idea of having something like a brother, of belonging to a real wizarding family, held an undeniable appeal. But then Harry thought of Hogwarts, of Dumbledore's patient guidance and McGonagall's stern but caring instruction. Of Hagrid's photo album and the connection to his parents he'd found here. Of the promise of learning to master the extraordinary power within him in this ancient place of magic. "Thanks," he said to Draco, not wanting to offend the first potential friend his own age he'd met in the wizarding world. "That's nice of you to offer." Before their conversation could continue, they reached the Charms classroom, where Professor Flitwick awaited them, standing on a stack of books to bring himself closer to eye level with the adults. "Welcome, welcome," the tiny professor greeted them enthusiastically. "Everything is prepared for Mr. Potter's demonstration." The classroom had been arranged with a clear area in the center, where various objects sat on a low table: feathers, small wooden blocks, a glass of water, and the emotion orb Harry had worked with in his previous lesson. "Mr. Potter has been practicing basic wandless control exercises," Flitwick explained to the delegation. "While most young wizards channel their magic through accidental bursts before receiving wands, Harry has shown a remarkable ability to direct his magic intentionally, a skill that typically doesn't develop until adolescence, if at all." "Is this ability connected to the extraordinary power source we've discussed?" Malfoy inquired, his eyes never leaving Harry. "It's difficult to say with certainty," Flitwick replied. "It may be that Merlin's core has accelerated Harry's natural magical development, or he may simply have inherited his parents' considerable talents. James and Lily Potter were both extraordinarily gifted, after all." Harry felt a warm glow at the mention of his parents' abilities. He hadn't known they were considered especially talented. "Now then," Flitwick continued, "Harry, would you demonstrate the levitation exercise we practiced yesterday? Just with the feather to begin." Harry nodded and stepped forward, aware of the intense scrutiny from the assembled adults and Draco, whose eyes were wide with anticipation. He focused on the white feather, finding the now familiar warm current of his own magic and directing it outward as Dumbledore had taught him. The feather rose steadily into the air, hovering about 2 feet above the table with only the slightest wobble. Harry held it there for a full minute before gently lowering it back to its original position. There was a moment of silence, then Fudge burst out, "Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. Impressive control, Mr. Potter," Madame Bones acknowledged with an approving nod. "Is that normal magic or the core?" Draco asked, unable to contain his curiosity. "My regular magic," Harry explained. "Professor Dumbledore says I shouldn't try to access the core until I've mastered the basics." Quite right," Fudge agreed, looking relieved. "No need to rush into the advanced material. Could you demonstrate something a bit more challenging? Malfoy requested, his cool voice betraying nothing of his thoughts. To give us a better understanding of your current capabilities. Harry looked to Flitwick, who nodded encouragingly. Perhaps the multiple object exercise, Harry? Taking a deep breath, Harry focused on the 3 wooden blocks. This exercise was more difficult. Lifting and controlling multiple objects simultaneously required dividing his attention and his magical output. He felt the familiar warmth spreading down his arms as he extended his awareness to all 3 blocks. Slowly, they rose into the air, forming a triangle pattern that rotated gently as Harry moved his fingers in a small circular motion. One block wobbled slightly, but he steadied it with a renewed focus, maintaining the pattern for nearly 30 seconds before carefully setting them down. Excellent, Harry. Flitwick beamed. Much more stable than yesterday. Harry smiled at the praise, then noticed something unexpected. As the blocks settled back onto the table, a faint blue-gold shimmer briefly surrounded them, the distinctive color of Merlin's core. Dumbledore noticed it too, his blue eyes sharpening with interest. Harry? Did you intentionally draw on the core for that demonstration? No, Harry said, confused and slightly alarmed. At least, I don't think so. I was just focusing really hard on keeping all 3 blocks steady. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. It seems the core may respond to intense concentration or need, even without deliberate access. Is that safe? Fudge asked nervously, taking a small step back. Perfectly, Dumbledore assured him. What we saw was merely a trace amount of the core's energy supplementing Harry's natural magic, like a muscle memory response to exertion. Harry wasn't entirely convinced by this explanation. He had felt something different at the end of the exercise, a brief surge of power that wasn't entirely under his control. Not dangerous, exactly, but not as contained as Dumbledore suggested either. Perhaps one final demonstration, Flitwick suggested, gesturing to the emotion orb. This will show how Mr. Potter is progressing with emotional regulation, a key component of magical control, especially important in his case. Harry picked up the orb, which immediately turned the same calm blue with green swirls it had shown in his previous lesson. The orb reflects the magical aura of the holder, Flitwick explained to the delegation, which in turn is influenced by their emotional state. Blue indicates calm focus, an ideal state for controlled magic. And if he were upset or angry? Malfoy inquired. Red or orange, typically, Flitwick replied. Harry, would you demonstrate the emotional regulation exercise we practiced? Harry nodded, closing his eyes and deliberately recalling one of the memories that had angered him before, Uncle Vernon locking him in his cupboard without food after an incident of accidental magic at school. He felt the familiar surge of resentment and frustration, and heard several gasps that told him the orb had changed color. Deep red with orange flares, Flitwick narrated for those who couldn't see the orb clearly. Now watch as Harry implements the regulation technique. Following the pattern he'd practiced, Harry focused on his breathing, imagining the angry colors cooling and calming. It was harder this time, with so many people watching, but gradually he felt his emotions settling. When he opened his eyes, the orb had shifted to a purple hue, not entirely calm, but significantly less volatile. Well done. Flitwick praised. Even better than yesterday's attempt. Impressive emotional control for one so young, Madame Bones commented. Many adult wizards struggle with similar exercises. Thank you, Harry, Dumbledore said. I believe that provides our guests with a good overview of your progress thus far. As Harry returned to stand near Dumbledore and McGonagall, he caught Draco staring at him with an expression somewhere between envy and admiration. The other boy mouthed, "That was brilliant," when their eyes met. I believe we have seen enough to make some preliminary determinations, Fudge announced importantly. Clearly, Mr. Potter is making good progress under Hogwarts tutelage. However, the committee will need to consider the long-term arrangements more thoroughly. In the meantime, Malfoy added smoothly, I propose regular visits from committee members to assess ongoing progress. Weekly, perhaps? Bi-weekly would be less disruptive to Harry's education, Dumbledore countered. And I would suggest that any visits include practical guidance from ministry experts, not merely observation. A reasonable compromise, Madame Bohn said before Malfoy could object. I can assign an Auror with specialized training in magical control to join the visits. Auror Shacklebolt has experience with unusual magical signatures. Excellent suggestion, Amelia, Fudge agreed, clearly eager to appear decisive. And perhaps Mr. Malfoy's son might continue to visit as well? As you said, Dumbledore, young companionship is important. Harry noticed Draco straighten hopefully at this suggestion. I'm sure that could be arranged, Dumbledore said, though Harry thought he detected a hint of reservation in the headmaster's tone. Although Harry's schedule is quite full with his lessons. Even more reason for some recreational time with a peer, Malfoy pressed. All education and no play makes for a dull wizard, after all. Harry found himself oddly torn. Part of him welcomed the idea of having someone his own age to talk to, especially another wizard who could help him understand the world he'd suddenly been thrust into. But there was something calculating in the elder Malfoy's manner that made him uneasy. Perhaps Harry would like to express his own preference? McGonagall suggested, giving Harry an encouraging nod. Put on the spot, Harry considered carefully before answering. I wouldn't mind having some company sometimes, he said cautiously. It gets a bit lonely with just adults around. Draco's face lit up with a genuine smile that made him look much more approachable than his usual controlled expression. Then it's settled, Fudge declared. Bi-weekly visits from the committee, accompanied by Auror Shacklebolt for practical guidance, and occasional social visits from young Mr. Malfoy. He beamed around at everyone as if he'd personally solved a great crisis. The ministry is pleased to support Hogwarts in this extraordinary educational endeavor. As the adults began discussing logistical details, Draco sidled closer to Harry. This is going to be brilliant, he said in a low voice. I can tell you all about the wizarding world, the parts they don't teach in lessons. Do you follow Quidditch? My team's the Falmouth Falcons, but I've got merchandise from all the major leagues. I don't know much about Quidditch yet, Harry admitted. Madam Hooch mentioned it, but we haven't really talked about it. Draco looked scandalized. You don't know about Quidditch? Potter, that's practically criminal. It's only the best sport in the world. I'll bring my collection of Quidditch Monthly next time. And my miniature pitch with the enchanted players. Despite his reservations about the elder Malfoy, Harry found himself warming to Draco's enthusiasm. It was refreshing after days of serious magical training and discussions about his extraordinary power to just talk about normal wizarding things like sports and magazines. I'd like that, he said, and meant it. As the delegation prepared to depart, Malfoy approached Harry directly for the first time, Draco at his side. Mr. Potter, he said smoothly, it has been most illuminating to meet you at last. I look forward to our continued association. There was something in his pale eyes, a calculating assessment, that reminded Harry uncomfortably of Uncle Vernon sizing up a potential business client. But his manner was impeccably polite, even warm. Thank you for allowing Draco to visit, Harry replied carefully. It will be nice to have someone my own age around sometimes. Indeed. Malfoy placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Family connections were very important to your parents, you know. Your father came from an old wizarding line, just as ours is. In time, you'll come to appreciate the value of such heritage. Before Harry could respond to this oblique reference to his parentage, Dumbledore smoothly intervened. I believe the minister is ready to depart, Lucius. Harry, would you join Professor McGonagall in seeing our guests off? The formal farewells took place in the entrance hall, with much handshaking and assurances of continued cooperation. As the delegation finally exited through the great oak doors, Harry felt a curious mixture of relief and exhaustion, as if he'd just completed one of Madame Hooch's more strenuous physical training sessions. Well, Dumbledore said lightly once they were alone, that was an enlightening morning, wouldn't you say? They want to take me away from Hogwarts, don't they? Harry asked directly. Put me with a proper wizarding family. Dumbledore's blue eyes met his, neither confirming nor denying. Some members of the committee may have such preferences, yes. But decisions about your guardianship will involve many factors, Harry, not least of which will be your own wishes. I want to stay here, Harry said firmly. At least until term starts. I like my lessons, and I'm learning a lot. And we are delighted to have you, McGonagall assured him. Though I must say, Mr. Potter, you demonstrated remarkable poise during that interrogation. Most children twice your age would have been overwhelmed. Harry shrugged slightly. I'm used to adults talking about me like I'm not there. At least this time they asked me some questions too. The simple statement hung in the air, a reminder of the neglect he'd experienced at the Dursleys. McGonagall's expression tightened with barely suppressed anger, while Dumbledore looked briefly but profoundly sad. Well, the headmaster said after a moment, recovering his usual serene demeanor, I believe you've earned some free time after that ordeal. Perhaps a visit to Hagrid this afternoon? I know he's been hoping to show you the grounds properly. Harry nodded eagerly, grateful for the change of subject. I'd like that. As he headed back to his quarters to retrieve Hagrid's photo album, he wanted to ask the groundskeeper about some of the pictures. Harry's mind churned with everything that had happened that morning. The Ministry's interest in him, the Malfoys' obvious designs on his guardianship, the flicker of Merlin's core responding without his conscious intent during the demonstration. And beneath it all, a growing awareness that his life had fundamentally changed. He was no longer just Harry, the unwanted nephew living in a cupboard. He was Harry Potter, bearer of Merlin's core, subject of Ministry oversight and political maneuvering, potential ward of ancient wizarding families. It was overwhelming and exciting and terrifying all at once. But as Harry retrieved the photo album from beside his bed, he found himself looking at his parents' faces with new understanding. They had navigated this world before him. They had faced Voldemort and stood their ground. Something of their courage, their magic, lived on in him. Whatever happened next, whether he stayed at Hogwarts or ended up with a wizarding family like the Malfoys, Harry was determined to face it with the same courage. Not just for himself, but for the parents who had loved him enough to die protecting him. And maybe, just maybe, for the ancient wizard whose power now slumbered within him, waiting for the day when Harry Potter would be ready to claim his full magical inheritance. Chapter 3, Lightning and Shadows. The summer weeks flowed together in a rhythm that Harry had never experienced before, structured yet nurturing, challenging yet supportive. July unfurled across the Hogwarts grounds in waves of green and gold, the Scottish sunlight stretching long into the evening as Harry's magical education intensified. Again, Professor Flitwick instructed, his normally cheerful voice firm with concentration. Focus on the intent, not just the movement. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead and raised his practice wand, no longer the simple applewood stick he'd started with, but a training wand crafted by Dumbledore himself. It contained no magical core, but had been enchanted to help channel Harry's innate magic more precisely than his hand movements alone could achieve. Before him, 5 glass spheres hovered at varying heights. His task, to touch each one with his magic in a specific sequence without disturbing their positions. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself as Dumbledore had taught him. He found his magical core, the warm, steady current that was uniquely his, and extended it outward through the training wand. The first sphere glowed blue at his touch. Then the third. The second. The fifth. The fourth. Excellent. Flitwick clapped his tiny hands in delight. Perfect sequence and not a wobble to be seen. Your precision has improved tremendously, Harry. Pride bloomed in Harry's chest, warm and unfamiliar. 6 weeks ago, he couldn't have maintained focus long enough to complete the exercise. Now, it felt almost natural. Can we try with movement now? He asked eagerly. Making them follow a pattern while keeping the sequence? Flitwick's eyebrows rose. That's rather advanced, Harry. Are you certain you're not tired from this morning's session with Madame Hooch? Harry shook his head. Tired, yes. Hooch's flying lessons had progressed from basic hovering to actual maneuvering, and he'd spent 2 exhilarating hours learning to execute turns and dives on a training broom. But the kind of tiredness he felt now was worlds away from the exhaustion he'd known at the Dursleys. This was the satisfied fatigue of meaningful effort, not the hollow depletion of stress and fear. I'd like to try, he insisted. Professor Dumbledore said I should push myself a little each day. Very well. Flitwick stepped back, giving Harry room. Remember, control is more important than complexity. If you feel your focus slipping, stop immediately. Harry nodded and turned his attention back to the 5 spheres. This would be tricky, maintaining their relative positions while moving them in a circular pattern, all while touching each in sequence with his magic. He'd need to divide his attention in multiple ways simultaneously. He closed his eyes briefly, visualizing what he wanted to achieve. Then, with a gentle sweep of the training wand, he set the spheres in motion, rotating them in a slow circle while extending his magic toward the first one. The sensation was extraordinary, like having 5 additional fingers extending from his consciousness, each touching a different sphere as it moved. The first sphere glowed blue, then the third, then, a flicker of something else intruded on his awareness. Something deeper, ancient, eager. The blue-gold signature of Merlin's core stirred within him, responding to his intense concentration. Harry faltered, his focus wavering. The spheres wobbled in their orbit. Easy, Flitwick cautioned from the sidelines. Draw back if you need to. But Harry was determined to complete the exercise. He took a steadying breath and, instead of fighting against the core's stirring, he acknowledged it, not drawing on its power, but not rejecting it either. To his surprise, the core seemed to settle at this recognition, receding back to its dormant state while his own magic stabilized. The spheres steadied, continuing their circular movement as Harry completed the sequence of touches. When he finally lowered the training wand, allowing the spheres to gently descend to their cushioned container, he was breathing heavily, but smiling. Did you see that? He asked Flitwick excitedly. I felt the core waking up, but I got it to settle down without stopping. Flitwick studied him with shrewd interest. Indeed. Most interesting. You're developing an intuitive rapport with the core, Harry, learning to coexist with it rather than simply containing it. That's remarkably sophisticated magical awareness for someone your age. Harry beamed at the praise. It felt like it was curious about what I was doing. Not trying to take over or anything. Precisely the kind of integration Dumbledore hoped for, Flitwick nodded. Though I must say, it's occurring more rapidly than any of us anticipated. Your natural affinity for magic is extraordinary, quite apart from Merlin's core. A familiar warmth spread through Harry's chest at these words. Over the past weeks, he'd discovered something he'd never experienced before. He was good at something. Not freakish, not abnormal, genuinely skilled. The professors had been careful not to overwhelm him with praise, but their approval was evident in the increasingly challenging lessons they designed for him. That's enough for today, I think, Flitwick said, checking a peculiar watch that had planets orbiting its face instead of hands. You have your session with Professor Dumbledore in 20 minutes, and you'll want to be fresh for that. Harry nodded, carefully placing the training wand on Flitwick's desk. Professor? Do you think I might get a real wand soon? Professor McGonagall mentioned that the Ministry Committee might approve it after their next assessment. Flitwick's expression grew cautious. It's possible, though highly unusual for a child your age. Typically, magical children don't receive wands until age 11 for very good reasons, not just tradition, but developmental considerations. But I'm already doing magic, Harry pointed out. Wouldn't a proper wand help me control it better? Perhaps, Flitwick acknowledged. Or it might amplify your already considerable power to potentially unsafe levels. That's the ministry's concern, I believe. He gave Harry a sympathetic smile. Patience, Harry. You're making remarkable progress with the training wand. The real one will come when the time is right. Harry tried not to feel disappointed as he gathered his things. He understood the reasoning, but the idea of having his own wand, a real magical tool, not just a training implement, had occupied his thoughts increasingly in recent weeks. Especially since Draco had mentioned that his father was considering applying for a special dispensation for early wand acquisition due to Draco's advanced preparation and exceptional circumstances. Malfoy is always going on about what his father can do, Harry had overheard Ron Weasley say during his most recent visit to the Burrow. Don't listen to half of it. Ron was another recent addition to Harry's expanding world, a red-headed boy his age with 5 older brothers and a younger sister. Harry had met the Weasleys through Arthur Weasley's position at the Ministry, and had been invited to visit their home, the Burrow, twice now. The chaotic warmth of the Weasley household was entirely different from the sterile perfection of Privet Drive or the ancient grandeur of Hogwarts, and Harry had loved every minute of it. Unlike Draco's carefully orchestrated visits, which always felt partially supervised even when they were supposedly just being boys, time with the Weasleys was genuinely relaxed. Ron didn't seem impressed or intimidated by Harry's unusual magical situation, treating him like any other kid who happened to be interested in Quidditch and chocolate frog cards. You coming to the Quidditch pitch later? Ron had asked during his last visit to Hogwarts. Mom says I can stay till dinner if Professor McGonagall says it's alright. Charlie sent me some training snitches, they're spelled to stay within 50 feet so they're good for beginners. The memory brought a smile to Harry's face as he made his way through the castle corridors toward Dumbledore's office. His life had expanded so dramatically in the weeks since leaving Privet Drive that sometimes he could hardly believe it was real. Magic, friends, adults who actually cared about his progress and well-being, it was everything he'd secretly dreamed of during those long, lonely nights in his cupboard. But beneath the daily wonder of his new life ran an undercurrent of uncertainty. The Ministry's Educational Oversight Committee continued their regular assessments, and Harry wasn't oblivious to the political currents swirling around him. He'd overheard enough fragments of adult conversations to understand that his guardianship remained a contentious issue. The Malfoys were pressing their case, but others, including Dumbledore, were advocating for alternative arrangements. And then there were the dreams. Strange, vivid dreams that had begun about 3 weeks ago, dreams of ancient stone circles and whispered conversations in languages he didn't understand. Dreams where blue-gold light pulsed through the earth itself like veins of magical ore. Dreams from which he woke with fragments of knowledge he couldn't possibly have learned anywhere else. Harry hadn't mentioned these dreams to anyone yet, not even Dumbledore. They didn't feel dangerous, exactly, but they weren't normal either. And after a lifetime of being punished for abnormality, Harry still harbored an instinctive caution about revealing anything that might mark him as even more different than he already was. But today, he decided as he approached the gargoyle that guarded Dumbledore's office, he would tell the headmaster about the dreams. If anyone could help him understand what they meant, it would be Dumbledore. Fizzing whiz-bees, Harry said to the gargoyle, which immediately sprang aside, revealing the spiral staircase beyond. As he ascended, Harry mentally prepared himself for the session ahead. These meetings with Dumbledore had evolved from basic meditation exercises to complex explorations of magical theory and practical applications. They were always challenging, often enlightening, and occasionally discomforting, especially when they touched on the deeper implications of hosting Merlin's core. What do you think Merlin intended? Dumbledore had asked him once. Why create such a repository of power, and set it adrift through time to find a worthy vessel? Harry hadn't known how to answer then, and he still didn't. But the question haunted him, especially in those moments when the core stirred within him, responding to his magic with an ancient awareness that was distinctly not his own. The door to Dumbledore's office stood open, as it always did for their scheduled meetings. Harry entered to find the headmaster seated not at his desk, but in one of 2 comfortable armchairs arranged before the fireplace, a silver tea service on the small table between them. Ah, Harry. Right on time, Dumbledore greeted him warmly. I thought we might have a less formal setting today. Join me for tea? Thank you, sir, Harry replied, taking the second armchair. He'd grown more comfortable in Dumbledore's presence over the weeks, though he still felt a certain awe around the powerful wizard. Dumbledore poured tea for them both, adding a splash of milk and 2 sugar cubes to Harry's cup without having to ask. He'd remembered Harry's preference from previous occasions, a small detail that still surprised and touched Harry, who was used to adults barely noticing his existence, let alone his preferences. How did your session with Professor Flitwick progress? Dumbledore inquired, settling back in his chair. Really well, Harry replied. I managed the sphere sequence even while moving them in a pattern. He hesitated, then added, the core stirred during the exercise, but I got it to settle without losing control. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. Indeed? That's quite significant progress, Harry. How did you accomplish this stabilization? Harry considered how to explain. It was like it was curious about what I was doing. So instead of pushing it away or ignoring it, I sort of acknowledged it. Like saying, I know you're there, but I don't need your help right now. And it seemed to understand and back off. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured, his blue eyes twinkling with interest. You're developing a symbiotic relationship with the core rather than a merely containment-based one. That suggests the integration is proceeding more organically than we might have predicted. Harry nodded, then took a deep breath. Professor, there's something else. I've been having dreams. Strange ones. Dumbledore set his teacup down, giving Harry his full attention. What kind of dreams, Harry? Harry described them as best he could, the ancient stone circles, the whispered conversations, the veins of blue-gold light running through the earth. And sometimes when I wake up, he concluded, I know things I didn't know before. Like yesterday, I dreamed about a forest with a white stag running through it, and when I woke up, I knew how to cast a Patronus charm. I knew the theory and the incantation, even though I've never read about it. Dumbledore steepled his fingers, his expression thoughtful. Have you attempted to cast this charm? Harry shook his head. No, sir. I don't have a real wand, and Professor Flitwick said it's advanced magic that most adult wizards struggle with. Indeed it is, Dumbledore agreed. Which makes your dream knowledge all the more remarkable. He paused, considering. I believe what you're experiencing, Harry, is a form of magical memory transfer. The core isn't just a repository of power, but of knowledge, Merlin's knowledge, accumulated over his lifetime. As your connection to the core deepens, fragments of that knowledge are beginning to transfer to your conscious mind. Harry's eyes widened. So I'm learning things that Merlin knew? Actual spells and magical information? So it would appear, Dumbledore confirmed. Though I suspect the process is neither comprehensive nor entirely predictable. The core seems to be selective in what it shares with you. Is it safe? Harry asked hesitantly. Having someone else's knowledge in my head? Dumbledore regarded him seriously. An excellent question, and one that demonstrates wisdom beyond your years. The honest answer is that I don't know with certainty. Historical accounts of similar magical phenomena suggest that as long as the transfer remains gradual and your own identity remains distinct from the source, there should be no harmful effects. But we will monitor the situation carefully. He leaned forward slightly. I must ask, Harry, in these dreams, do you experience them as yourself, or do you feel as if you are Merlin? Harry considered this carefully. Definitely myself. It's like I'm watching memories, but I know they're not mine. I'm just an observer. Good, Dumbledore nodded, looking relieved. That's a positive sign. It suggests the core is sharing information without imposing identity. Harry sipped his tea, processing this new understanding of his dreams. Part of him was excited, imagine having access to Merlin's magical knowledge. But another part remained wary. If the core could transfer knowledge to his mind, what else might it be capable of? Professor, he said after a moment, do you think this is what Merlin intended? For his core to find someone and share his knowledge with them? I believe so, Dumbledore replied. Though the historical accounts are fragmented, they suggest Merlin created the core near the end of his life, when he foresaw a time of great darkness for the magical world. He spoke of preserving not just his power but his wisdom, to aid a future champion when most needed. But why me? Harry asked, the question that had haunted him since he'd first learned about the core. I'm just Harry. I'm not special. Dumbledore's eyes softened. Oh, but you are, Harry. Not merely because of your connection to Voldemort or your survival of the killing curse, but because of qualities intrinsic to who you are. The core chose you, and magical artifacts of that sophistication don't choose blindly or randomly. He set his teacup aside and leaned forward, his expression earnest. Consider this, the core remained dormant for centuries, passing through generations of wizards, many of whom were powerful, ambitious, even desperate to claim such a legacy. Yet it awakened for you, a child who, despite suffering neglect and cruelty, retained compassion, courage, and a fundamental decency that no harsh treatment could extinguish. Harry felt his cheeks warm at these words, uncomfortable with such direct praise yet hungry for it all the same. I think, Dumbledore continued gently, that Merlin's core recognized in you something essential, a heart that would use great power not for personal gain or dominion, but in service to others. That, Harry, is what makes you worthy of such a gift, and that is what will guide you in using it wisely. The weight of those words settled around Harry like a cloak, not crushing him but enfolding him, defining a path forward he hadn't fully envisioned before. If Dumbledore was right, if the core had chosen him for qualities he already possessed rather than power he might attain, then perhaps his future wasn't as intimidating as it sometimes seemed. Now, Dumbledore said, his tone lightening, shall we proceed with today's lesson? I thought we might begin exploring elemental affinities, an area where your dream knowledge might prove particularly interesting. For the next hour, Dumbledore guided Harry through a series of magical exercises designed to determine his natural elemental affinity. Most wizards, he explained, had an innate connection to one of the four classical elements, earth, air, fire, or water, which influenced the types of spells they could cast most effectively. Your mother had a strong affinity for water magic, Dumbledore told him as Harry attempted to sense the different energies in four crystal vessels before him. It made her particularly gifted with fluid magic, potions, healing charms, transformative spells. Your father, on the other hand, showed a marked affinity for air, which manifested in his talent for movement magic, transfiguration, levitation, and of course, flying. Harry's hand hovered over the four crystals, each containing a pure elemental essence. He closed his eyes, extending his magical awareness as he'd been taught. The water crystal felt pleasant, responsive. The air crystal similarly welcoming. The earth crystal felt steady but somewhat distant. But when his awareness touched the fire crystal, something extraordinary happened. Not only did his own magic respond with immediate, powerful recognition, but Merlin's core flared to life within him, resonating so strongly with the elemental fire that the crystal actually ignited, flaring with blue-gold flames that danced higher than should have been possible. Harry jerked back in surprise, his eyes flying open. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, no apology necessary, Dumbledore interrupted, looking not alarmed but fascinated. This is most illuminating. He waved his wand, containing the magical fire within a shimmering barrier. The flames continued to dance, their color gradually shifting from the distinctive blue-gold of Merlin's core to a more natural orange-red. A dual affinity, Dumbledore mused. Your natural magic shows compatibility with water and air, your parents' influence, no doubt. But the core has an overwhelming affinity for fire. He studied the contained flames thoughtfully. Historical accounts describe Merlin as a fire master of unparalleled skill. It seems that aspect of his magical signature remains dominant within the core. Is that good? Harry asked uncertainly, watching the flames gradually diminish as the core's influence faded. Neither good nor bad in itself, Dumbledore replied. Fire magic is powerful, transformative, capable of both destruction and purification. Like all elements, its value lies in how it's wielded. He extinguished the last of the flames with a gentle movement of his wand. But this knowledge will help us tailor your training more effectively. Fire affinity requires particular attention to control techniques. As their session concluded, Dumbledore asked Harry to remain a moment longer. His expression grew more serious as he retrieved a sealed envelope from his desk. The Ministry Committee will be conducting their monthly assessment tomorrow, he said, handing Harry the envelope. I thought you should be prepared for what they intend to discuss. This contains their formal agenda, which arrived this morning. Harry opened the envelope and scanned the parchment inside. Most of it contained the usual items: progress reports from his instructors, standardized magical measurements, health evaluations from Madame Pomfrey. But the final item made his heart skip: final determination regarding permanent guardianship arrangements for Harry James Potter, to be implemented no later than August 15, 1986. August 15. Just 10 days away. They're going to decide where I'm going to live? Harry asked, his voice smaller than he intended. So soon? Dumbledore nodded gravely. The committee feels that arrangements should be finalized before the regular school term begins. Several options will be presented for consideration. The Malfoys? Harry guessed, remembering Lucius Malfoy's not-so-subtle hints during his regular visits with the committee. They have formally applied, yes, Dumbledore confirmed. As have the Weasleys, Augusta Longbottom, and Andromeda Tonks, a relation of Sirius Black, who was your father's chosen guardian for you. But not you? Harry asked, studying Dumbledore's face carefully. A flicker of something, regret, perhaps, crossed the old wizard's features. My position as headmaster and my other responsibilities would make it difficult for me to provide the consistent care a young wizard needs. However, I have proposed that you remain at Hogwarts under a form of shared guardianship, with myself as your magical guardian and Professor McGonagall as your primary caretaker. Hope flared in Harry's chest. That's possible? I could just stay here. It is unusual but not unprecedented, Dumbledore replied. Hogwarts has occasionally served as home to students with exceptional circumstances. However, he cautioned, the ministry typically prefers family placements when available. But I don't want, Harry began, then stopped himself, taking a deep breath. I mean, I've really liked getting to know the Weasleys. And Draco's been, mostly nice, even if his father is a bit scary. A remarkably diplomatic assessment, Dumbledore observed, a twinkle returning to his blue eyes. And one that demonstrates considerable perception for one so young. Harry smiled briefly at the compliment, but his mind was racing ahead to tomorrow's meeting. What should I do? When they ask me what I want? Be honest, Dumbledore advised simply. Your preferences matter, Harry, even if adults sometimes forget that fact. The committee is required by magical law to consider your wishes, particularly given your unique circumstances. Harry nodded, folding the parchment carefully and returning it to its envelope. Thank you for telling me, sir. I'll be ready. As he left Dumbledore's office, however, Harry felt anything but ready. The prospect of having his future decided by a committee of adults, most of whom he barely knew, sent cold fingers of anxiety crawling up his spine. He'd only just begun to feel at home at Hogwarts, to build relationships with the professors and to explore his extraordinary magic in a supportive environment. The idea of being uprooted again, sent to live with a family who might have their own agenda for the boy who lived, or Merlin's heir, as the Daily Prophet had taken to calling him. No, Harry decided firmly as he made his way through the castle corridors. He wouldn't be passive in this. His entire life, decisions had been made for him, and usually terrible ones, at that. This time would be different. With sudden determination, Harry changed direction, heading not toward his quarters but toward the library. He had research to do before tomorrow's meeting. If the committee wanted to decide his future, they would have to hear his voice, and he intended to make sure it was an informed one. Magical guardianship laws are ridiculously complicated, Ron Weasley complained, slumping back in his chair in the Hogwarts library. How are you supposed to understand all this stuff? I mean, listen to this. In cases where the minor possesses hereditary magic of exceptional potency, the Wisengamot may invoke the statute of magical preservation to supersede conventional guardianship determinations. What does that even mean? It means the Ministry can basically do whatever they want if they think my magic is important enough, Harry replied grimly, flipping through another dusty tome on wizarding legal precedents. Madam Pants, is there anything more specific about the statute of magical preservation? When it's been used before, maybe? The stern librarian approached their table with a thin volume bound in faded red leather. This contains the most comprehensive history of the statute's application, she said, her voice low. Though I must say, Mr. Potter, this is unusual research for one your age. It's about me, Harry said simply. I thought I should understand what might happen. Something like approval flickered in Madame Pants's normally severe expression. A sensible approach. Page 394 contains the case most relevant to your situation, the guardianship of Cassandra Trelawney following the manifestation of her seer abilities. Thank you, Harry said sincerely, already turning to the suggested page. Ron watched him with a mixture of admiration and concern. When Harry had sent an urgent owl that morning asking if he could visit Hogwarts to help with some research, Ron had convinced his mother to bring him immediately, expecting some kind of adventure or at least an interesting magical discovery. Instead, they'd spent 3 hours in the library, poring over the driest legal texts imaginable. And yet, Ron hadn't complained much. Something about Harry's intensity, the determined set of his jaw, the focused way he attacked each volume, made it clear this wasn't just academic curiosity. This mattered, deeply. Find anything useful? Molly Weasley asked, returning from her meeting with Professor McGonagall. She set a plate of sandwiches on the table, nudging aside some of the books to make space. Some, Harry replied, reaching gratefully for a sandwich. Mostly that the Ministry has a lot of different rules they can use depending on what they want to do. Molly's expression softened as she looked at the small boy surrounded by massive legal tomes. In the weeks since Arthur had first introduced her to Harry Potter, her maternal instincts had gone into overdrive. The child was clearly brilliant and magically gifted, but what struck Molly most was how he seemed simultaneously older than his years and achingly vulnerable. Harry, dear, she said gently, Arthur and I want you to know that our application to become your guardians is absolutely sincere. We would be honored to have you as part of our family, but we also understand if you'd prefer a different arrangement. Harry looked up at her, his green eyes serious behind his round glasses. I really like your family, Mrs. Weasley. The Burrow is amazing, and Ron's been a great friend. But you've only just found some stability here at Hogwarts, she finished for him, understanding immediately. And the idea of another big change is frightening. Harry nodded, relieved that she understood. I just wish I had more time. To get to know everyone better before having to decide. A perfectly reasonable wish, Molly agreed. And one Arthur intends to advocate for at tomorrow's meeting. He feels the committee is rushing this decision unnecessarily. Dad says Lucius Malfoy is pushing for a quick resolution because he thinks he has the votes to get guardianship, Ron added, his mouth full of sandwich. But Dumbledore's got a lot of support too, and he wants you to stay at Hogwarts, right? That's his proposal, Harry confirmed. With Professor McGonagall as my main caretaker since he's busy with headmaster duties. McGonagall? Ron looked horrified. Blimey, Harry, she's brilliant but scary. Imagine having her watching you all the time. Despite his anxiety, Harry laughed at Ron's expression. She's not that bad once you get to know her. She's strict but fair. And she doesn't make me feel like I'm some kind of experiment, or weapon, or political opportunity. The last words came out more bitterly than he'd intended, revealing more than he meant to about some of his interactions with ministry officials and committee members. Molly's face darkened with maternal indignation. Has someone been treating you that way, Harry? Because Arthur can, it's fine, Mrs. Weasley, Harry interrupted quickly. Not directly, anyway. It's just. I can tell some people are more interested in what I can do than in what I need. Welcome to being the boy who lived, said a new voice from behind them. Harry turned to see Draco Malfoy standing a few feet away, his expression uncharacteristically somber. Father says people have been trying to use you since the night you survived the killing curse. Why should now be any different? Malfoy, Ron acknowledged stiffly. Didn't know you were visiting today. Father had business with the committee, Draco replied, his usual smugness notably absent. I asked to come along when I heard Potter was researching guardianship laws. He hesitated, then asked, "Can I join you?" Harry and Ron exchanged surprised glances. Draco's regular visits to Hogwarts over the past weeks had established a tentative friendship between him and Harry, but there remained an undercurrent of tension, particularly around the topic of the guardianship competition between the Malfoys and other families. Sure, Harry said after a moment. We could use another pair of eyes on these books. Molly looked uncertain, but nodded politely to Draco. I'll leave you boys to your research, then. I'll be with Professor McGonagall if you need anything, Harry. Ron, behave yourself. After she left, an awkward silence fell over the table. Draco stood hesitantly beside an empty chair, as if unsure of his welcome despite Harry's invitation. Did your father send you to spy on what we're researching? Ron asked bluntly. Ron. Harry admonished, though the thought had crossed his mind as well. Draco's pale cheeks flushed pink. No, he said, his voice tighter than usual. He doesn't actually know I'm here. He thinks I'm with Professor Snape looking at potions ingredients. This was so unexpected that both Harry and Ron stared at him in confusion. Why would you lie to your father about that? Harry asked. Draco sat down, his expression uncomfortable. Because I wanted to talk to you without him knowing. About tomorrow's meeting. Harry's interest sharpened immediately. What about it? Draco glanced around to ensure no one was within earshot, then leaned across the table. Father is convinced he has enough support on the committee to be named your guardian. He's been planning everything, your rooms at the manor, tutors, public appearances. He's even talking about getting us both early admission to Hogwarts next year instead of waiting till we're 11. But that's good, isn't it? Harry asked carefully, trying to read Draco's troubled expression. You seemed excited about the idea of me living with your family. I was, Draco admitted. I mean, I am. Having you at the manor would be brilliant. But. He hesitated again, clearly struggling with some internal conflict. But what? Ron pressed. Draco took a deep breath. Last night, I overheard Father talking with some of his associates. About plans for you, Potter. About how your power could be properly directed once you were under their influence. About preparing you to be reunited with someone they called the Dark Lord. Harry felt as if the temperature in the library had suddenly dropped 10 degrees. Voldemort, he whispered. They were talking about Voldemort. Draco flinched at the name but nodded. They think he's not really gone. That he'll return someday. And they want you, and your connection to Merlin's core, on their side when he does. Ron had gone pale beneath his freckles. Harry, you can't let the Malfoys get guardianship of you. My dad's always said Lucius Malfoy was a Death Eater, one of you-know-who's followers. He claimed he was under the Imperius Curse, but Dad says that's rubbish. Why are you telling me this? Harry asked Draco directly, studying the other boy's face. You've spent weeks talking about how great it would be if I came to live with your family. What changed? Draco looked down at his hands, which were fidgeting with the corner of a book. I don't know, he mumbled. It just didn't sound right. The way they were talking about you. Like you were a thing to be used, not a person. He looked up, his gray eyes troubled. And I've been thinking about the things you've told me, about those muggles you lived with, how they treated you like you were nothing. It sounded like Father and his friends would just be doing the same thing, only with magic instead of locking you in a cupboard. Harry stared at Draco in astonishment. This was not the entitled, smugly superior boy he'd come to know over the past weeks. This was someone capable of empathy, of recognizing injustice even when it conflicted with his family's interests. Thank you for telling me, Harry said quietly. That was brave. Don't tell anyone I warned you, Draco said quickly, his expression hardening back into its usual mask. Father would, he wouldn't understand. I won't, Harry promised. But this helps. Really? Ron was looking between the two of them with an expression of reluctant reassessment. So what now? He asked. If Malfoy's dad really does have the votes on the committee, then we need to find a way to change their minds, Harry said, determination replacing the fear that had momentarily gripped him. Or at least delay the decision until we can. He pulled the book Madame Pants had brought closer, turning to the page she had recommended. Let's see what happened with Cassandra Trelawney. For the next hour, the three boys, unlikely allies brought together by shared concern for Harry's future, pored over the legal precedents and historical cases. What they discovered was both discouraging and illuminating. The Ministry had indeed used the Statute of Magical Preservation in the past to place magically gifted children with families or institutions they deemed appropriate, often overriding the children's own preferences. But there were exceptions, cases where the child's magical gift was so unique or potentially volatile that their comfort and consent became paramount to ensuring stable magical development. This is it, Harry said, pointing to a passage in the Trelawney case. Listen, the Wisengamot determines that given the unpredictable nature of true seer abilities, Cassandra's magical development is best served by an environment in which she feels secure and understood. Therefore, her stated preference for guardianship must be given primary consideration. But you're not a seer, Ron pointed out. No, Harry agreed, but Merlin's core is definitely an unpredictable magical ability that depends on me feeling secure and understood. We've got evidence of that from what happened at the Dursleys. And from your training here, Draco added, catching on quickly. All your professors could testify that your control improves when you're comfortable and gets worse when you're stressed or upset. Exactly, Harry nodded. So if we can convince the committee that my magical stability depends on having a voice in where I live, they might have to listen to you, Ron finished. Brilliant, Harry. It's worth trying, Harry said, his spirits lifting slightly. At the very least, we might be able to delay the decision until we can build a stronger case. As the boys continued refining their strategy, none of them noticed the tall, black-robed figure watching silently from between the bookshelves, his dark eyes narrowed in thoughtful consideration. The Great Hall had been arranged much as it was for the first Ministry delegation, with a large round table at its center. But today, the table was crowded with more participants, not just the core committee members, but representatives from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the Wisengamot's Family Affairs Division, and the various applicants for Harry's guardianship. Harry sat between Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, trying to appear calmer than he felt as Cornelius Fudge called the meeting to order. The purpose of today's session, Fudge announced importantly, is to determine permanent guardianship arrangements for Harry James Potter, in accordance with Ministry guidelines and the recommendations of this committee. Harry's eyes scanned the faces around the table. Arthur and Molly Weasley sat together, both smiling encouragingly at him. Augusta Longbottom, a formidable-looking elderly witch wearing a stuffed vulture on her hat, nodded to him regally. Andromeda Tonks, a striking woman with features that reminded Harry vaguely of both Draco and Sirius Black, from the photographs Hagrid had shown him, gave him a gentle smile. And then there were the Malfoys, Lucius looking confident and composed, Narcissa elegant and watchful, Draco somewhere between excited and anxious, shooting Harry quick, meaningful glances. We will hear brief statements from each applicant, Fudge continued, followed by input from relevant experts regarding Mr. Potter's specific needs. Mr. Potter himself will also be given an opportunity to express his preferences, though of course, the final decision rests with this committee and the ministry representatives present. The next hour passed in a blur of presentations. Each potential guardian spoke about why they would be suitable, the Weasleys emphasizing their experience with children and their connection to Harry's parents through the Order of the Phoenix, Augusta Longbottom highlighting her understanding of magically gifted children through raising her grandson Neville, Andromeda Tonks stressing her family connection through Sirius Black and her balanced understanding of both traditional and progressive magical values. Lucius Malfoy's presentation was smooth, persuasive, and carefully crafted to appeal to the ministry's concerns. He spoke of the resources and protection the Malfoy family could provide, the cultural education befitting Harry's status as both the boy who lived and the bearer of Merlin's core, and the stability of a traditional wizarding upbringing. Mr. Potter's extraordinary magical situation requires extraordinary support, Malfoy concluded. The Malfoy family offers not merely a home, but a legacy, a connection to the magical traditions and values that have sustained our world for centuries. As bearer of Merlin's core, he deserves nothing less. Dumbledore's proposal for shared guardianship at Hogwarts was presented last, with both the headmaster and Professor McGonagall outlining how such an arrangement would work practically while providing the specialized magical training Harry required. Hogwarts has been a home to exceptional magical children since its founding, Dumbledore reminded the committee. Its protections are unparalleled, its resources vast, and its staff uniquely qualified to nurture Harry's extraordinary gifts while ensuring he experiences as normal a childhood as possible. As the presentations concluded, Madam Bones turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, you've heard all the proposals. We'd like to hear your thoughts on these options." Harry took a deep breath, acutely aware of every eye fixed on him. He'd rehearsed what he wanted to say, but now, faced with the reality of this moment that would shape his future, the carefully prepared words seemed inadequate. "Thank you for asking me," he began, his voice smaller than he intended. He cleared his throat and tried again, more firmly. "I appreciate that all these families want to take me in. It's more than I've ever had before." He glanced around the table, making brief eye contact with each of the applicants. "The Weasleys have been really kind to me, and I love visiting the Burrow. Mrs. Longbottom seems very capable, and I'd like to meet Neville sometime. Mrs. Tonks is my godfather's cousin, which is a connection to my parents I didn't know about before." He paused, choosing his next words carefully. "The Malfoys have been welcoming too. Draco's been a good friend, showing me wizarding games and telling me about growing up in the magical world." Lucius Malfoy smiled thinly, clearly expecting Harry to endorse their application. But Harry continued, his voice growing stronger. "But what I've learned from all of you, from Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall and everyone who's been helping me since I came to Hogwarts, is that magical control isn't just about spells and training. It's about how I feel inside. Whether I feel safe and wanted for who I am, not what I can do." He reached into his robes and withdrew a parchment. "I found something in my research that I think applies to my situation. In the case of Cassandra Trelawney, the Wizengamot ruled that because her seer abilities were unpredictable and tied to her emotional state, her preference for guardianship had to be given primary consideration." A murmur of surprise ran around the table. Clearly, none of the adults had expected a 6-year-old to cite legal precedent. "Merlin's core responds to my emotions," Harry continued. "We saw that at the Dursleys, where years of being unwanted and afraid made the magic build up until it exploded. And we've seen the opposite here at Hogwarts, where feeling accepted and supported has helped me start to control it properly." He looked directly at Fudge, then at Madam Bones. "I don't think I'm ready to choose a permanent family yet. I've only known most of you for a few weeks. What I'm asking for is more time to get stronger in my magic, to get to know all of you better, and to figure out where I'll fit best." A heavy silence fell over the table as Harry finished speaking. Dumbledore was beaming at him with undisguised pride, while McGonagall's usually stern expression had softened significantly. Molly Weasley looked suspiciously close to tears, and even Augusta Longbottom was regarding Harry with something like respect. Lucius Malfoy, however, looked decidedly displeased. While Mr. Potter's eloquence is impressive for one so young, he said smoothly, we must remember that he is, in fact, a child. Children naturally prefer what is familiar and comfortable in the short term, even when it may not serve their long-term interests. The committee was formed precisely to make decisions based on broader considerations than a child's immediate preferences. With all due respect, Lucius, Arthur Weasley countered, his normally genial expression hardened with determination, Harry has made a compelling case based on legal precedent, not merely personal preference. The Trelawney case establishes that for children with exceptional and emotionally responsive magical abilities, their sense of security and agency directly impacts magical stability. I concur, Madame Bones said, adjusting her monocle as she studied Harry thoughtfully. The parallel to the Trelawney case is indeed relevant. And Mr. Potter has demonstrated remarkable maturity in acknowledging that he needs more time to make such an important decision. Fudge looked flustered, glancing between Malfoy and Dumbledore as if trying to determine which way the political winds were blowing. Well, yes, quite mature indeed. But the committee was tasked with resolving this matter before the school term begins, and we're already in August. Perhaps, Dumbledore suggested mildly, a compromise might be reached. The shared guardianship arrangement I proposed could serve as an interim solution while Harry continues to build relationships with all the prospective families. Regular visits, perhaps weekend stays when appropriate, would allow him to make a more informed decision about his permanent placement. A trial period, Madame Bones nodded. With a formal review at, shall we say, the winter holidays? That would give Mr. Potter approximately 4 months to consider his options while maintaining the stability he clearly needs for his magical development. Lucius Malfoy's expression had gone carefully blank, a sure sign he was calculating his options. The Malfoy family would, of course, respect the committee's wisdom in this matter, he said finally. Though we would expect equal access to Mr. Potter during this trial period. Of course, Lucius, Fudge agreed quickly, clearly relieved to have found a path that wouldn't require him to directly oppose either Malfoy or Dumbledore. Equal consideration for all applicants, that's only fair. Then I believe we have our resolution, Madame Bones declared. Temporary shared guardianship between Albus Dumbledore as magical guardian and Minerva McGonagall as primary caretaker, with regular contact with all prospective permanent guardians, to be reviewed at the winter holidays. She turned to Harry. Mr. Potter, does this arrangement meet with your approval? Harry couldn't quite believe he'd succeeded. He'd hoped for a delay, perhaps even a serious consideration of his preferences, but he hadn't expected the committee to actually adopt his suggestion so completely. Yes, he said, a wide smile breaking across his face. That sounds perfect. Thank you. Excellent. Fudge declared, seemingly as relieved as Harry felt. Now, I believe we had one other item on today's agenda, the matter of Mr. Potter's wand status. Harry's attention immediately sharpened. This was the other decision he'd been anticipating anxiously. As the committee is aware, Dumbledore said, Harry has been working with a training wand to develop his control and precision. His progress has been remarkable, suggesting he may be ready for supervised use of a proper wand, despite being younger than the traditional age of acquisition. The Ministry has grave concerns about providing a full magical focus to one so young, Dolores Umbridge interjected, her sickeningly sweet voice at odds with the hard look in her eyes. Particularly given Mr. Potter's unusual power signature. The potential for accidents is precisely why a properly matched wand would be beneficial, Professor McGonagall interrupted firmly. A wand chooses the wizard, Madame Umbridge, and forms a partnership that enhances control, not diminishes it. Harry's current training wand, while useful for basic exercises, cannot form that essential bond. Madame Bones turned to an elderly wizard seated near the end of the table, Garrick Ollivander, Harry realized with a jolt of excitement. The wand maker had been so quiet throughout the proceedings that Harry had hardly noticed his presence. Mr. Ollivander, as our foremost wand-making expert, what is your assessment of this situation? Madame Bones asked. Ollivander's silvery eyes fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. Young Mr. Potter presents a unique case, he said, his soft voice somehow carrying throughout the hall. The wand chooses the wizard, as Professor McGonagall correctly noted. But what happens when a wizard carries not only his own magic but another's as well? That is the question we face. He rose from his seat and approached Harry, moving with surprising grace for such an elderly man. May I? He asked, extending a gnarled hand. Harry nodded, not entirely sure what he was agreeing to. Ollivander placed his palm lightly on Harry's head, then closed his eyes. For several long moments, he remained absolutely still, as if listening to something no one else could hear. When he opened his eyes again, there was an expression of wonder on his ancient face. Remarkable, he murmured. Truly remarkable. The core is not merely attached to your magic, Mr. Potter, it is integrating with it, becoming something new, something neither purely yours nor purely Merlin's. He turned back to the committee. Based on my assessment, I believe Mr. Potter would indeed benefit from a properly matched wand. However, he added, raising a finger to forestall Umbridge's immediate objection, would recommend a graduated approach. A wand with certain restrictions initially, perhaps limited to specific spells or power levels, with those restrictions gradually removed as his control develops. Is such a thing possible? Fudge asked, clearly intrigued. Quite possible, Ollivander confirmed. The Ministry already approves restricted wands for certain professions and circumstances. In Mr. Potter's case, would craft a wand specifically attuned to his unique magical signature, with enchantments that would prevent dangerous power surges while allowing proper development of his skills. And who would determine when restrictions could be lifted? Malfoy inquired, his interest clearly piqued. This committee, naturally, Fudge replied before Ollivander could answer. Based on regular assessments of Mr. Potter's progress and control. Harry could hardly believe what he was hearing. A real wand, his own wand, matched specifically to him. Even if it came with restrictions, it was far more than he'd hoped for from today's meeting. I believe that settles both matters quite satisfactorily, Dumbledore concluded, his blue eyes twinkling as he glanced at Harry's barely contained excitement. Mr. Ollivander, how soon might you be able to begin the wand crafting process? I would need to conduct some preliminary measurements and compatibility tests, Ollivander replied. Perhaps Mr. Potter could visit my shop in Diagon Alley next week? The actual crafting would take approximately a month, given the specialized nature of the wand. Excellent, Fudge declared. Then if there are no further matters to discuss, a sudden commotion at the entrance to the Great Hall interrupted him. The massive doors burst open, and Severus Snape strode in, his black robes billowing dramatically behind him. His normally pale face was even whiter than usual, his dark eyes flashing with urgency. Headmaster, he said without preamble, there's been a breach in the castle's outer wards. Magical signatures indicate at least 3 intruders, approaching from the Forbidden Forest. Dumbledore was on his feet instantly, all trace of the genial host gone. Nature of the threat? Unknown, but hostile, Snape replied tersely. The wards were dismantled with precision, not brute force, suggesting skill and specific intent rather than random attack. The castle has been breached? Fudge looked alarmed, rising from his chair in agitation. But that's impossible. Hogwarts is supposed to be impregnable. The outer detection wards only, Dumbledore corrected grimly. The castle's primary defenses remain intact. But this is most concerning nonetheless. he turned to the room at large. I must ask all of you to remain here while we assess the situation. The Great Hall is one of the most defensible locations in Hogwarts. Albus, McGonagall said in a low voice, if someone has breached the wards with such precision. Yes, Minerva, Dumbledore nodded, understanding her unspoken concern. It suggests a specific target rather than a general attack. All eyes turned to Harry, who suddenly felt very small and exposed. Me, he whispered. They're coming for me? We don't know that for certain, Dumbledore said, his voice calm but his expression grave. But we must consider the possibility. Particularly in light of recent interest in your unique magical situation. The Daily Prophet, Arthur Weasley said grimly. That blasted article about Merlin's heir, 2 weeks ago, detailed enough that anyone with knowledge of ancient magic might realize what Harry truly possesses. Lucius Malfoy's face had gone very still. There are certain collectors of magical artifacts who would see Merlin's core as the ultimate acquisition. Individuals who would not be deterred by conventional protections. Collectors? Molly Weasley repeated incredulously. We're talking about a child, not an object to be collected. To some, Malfoy replied coldly, the distinction is immaterial when sufficiently rare magic is involved. Harry felt a chill run down his spine at the clinical way Malfoy described such people, not with horror or disgust, but with a detached understanding that suggested familiarity. Severus, alert the other staff, Dumbledore instructed. Filius and Pomona should reinforce the castle's interior wards. Hagrid will need to secure any vulnerable entry points. Already done, Snape replied. They await your further instructions. Dumbledore turned to the ministry officials. Madam Bones, I believe this situation falls under Department of Magical Law Enforcement jurisdiction. Might I suggest you contact your Aurors? Though I hope it proves unnecessary, additional security would be welcome. Amelia Bones was already on her feet, her wand drawn. Agreed. I'll use the Floo in your office to make direct contact. Minister, Dumbledore continued, perhaps you and the other committee members would be safer returning to the ministry until we've assessed the threat. Fudge looked torn between obvious desire to be anywhere but a potentially dangerous situation and reluctance to appear cowardly. Well, I suppose as minister I should coordinate the response from headquarters, but I wouldn't want to abandon. A tremendous boom shook the castle before he could finish, the sound of stone cracking echoing through the hall. Dust sifted down from the enchanted ceiling. That was not the outer wards, Snape said sharply. That was the main gate. Dumbledore's expression darkened. It seems our intruders are more powerful than anticipated. Minerva, activate the hall's defensive protocols. Everyone else, please move away from the doors and windows. As McGonagall hurried to a small alcove behind the staff table, drawing her wand in a complex pattern that made the walls of the Great Hall shimmer briefly, Harry found himself being ushered toward the center of the room by a grim-faced Professor Snape. Stay close, Potter, the potions master instructed, his wand already in hand. If this is indeed an attempt to acquire you or the power you carry, you are safest surrounded by capable wizards. Harry nodded, fear and confusion warring within him. Who would attack Hogwarts so boldly? Was it Voldemort, somehow returned as Draco had warned? Or these collectors Malfoy had mentioned, who saw Merlin's core as a prize to be taken? Another boom shook the castle, closer this time. The massive doors to the Great Hall trembled, a fine network of cracks appearing in the ancient wood. They're coming here directly, Arthur Weasley said, pushing Molly behind him as he drew his wand. They know exactly what they want. The adults formed a loose circle around Harry, wands drawn, faces set in expressions ranging from fear to determination. Harry felt simultaneously grateful for their protection and frustrated by his own helplessness. All these weeks of training, of learning to access and control his magic, yet in a real crisis, he was still just a child to be sheltered. Inside him, Merlin's core stirred, not violently as it had at the Dursleys, but with a steady, pulsing awareness that seemed to respond to the imminent threat. Harry closed his eyes briefly, focusing as Dumbledore had taught him. Instead of suppressing the core's awakening, he acknowledged it, allowing its ancient awareness to blend with his own senses. When he opened his eyes again, he gasped softly. The world looked different, overlaid with patterns of magical energy he'd never perceived before. He could see the protective spells McGonagall had activated, glowing like a golden lattice throughout the hall's walls. He could see the distinctive magical signatures of each person around him, Dumbledore's a brilliant white tinged with silver, McGonagall's a deep emerald, Snape's a midnight blue so dark it was almost black. And beyond the doors, approaching steadily, 3 auras of sickly yellow-green, corrupted magic, twisted by dark rituals and malevolent intent. "They're coming," Harry said, his voice oddly distant to his own ears. 3 of them. Dark wizards, but not Death Eaters. Something older. Something hungry. Dumbledore turned to him sharply, his blue eyes widening as he took in Harry's changed appearance. "Harry? Are you perceiving their magical signatures?" Harry nodded. "The core is showing me. They want it, they can feel it inside me, and they're hungry for it. They've been searching for a long time." Before Dumbledore could respond, a final, deafening boom shook the hall, and the massive doors exploded inward in a shower of splinters and dust. Through the haze stepped 3 figures in hooded robes of midnight blue, embroidered with silver symbols that seemed to writhe and shift when looked at directly. "The Conclave of Merlin," Dumbledore said softly, his wand raised. "I thought your order died out centuries ago." The central figure lowered his hood, revealing a man of indeterminate age, neither young nor old, with features that seemed to blend multiple ethnicities into something not quite natural. When he spoke, his voice carried an accent Harry couldn't place. "The Conclave never dies, Dumbledore. We merely wait, watching through the ages for signs of the Master's return." His eyes fixed on Harry with frightening intensity. "And now, at last, we have found his vessel." "Harry Potter is a child, not a vessel," Dumbledore replied, his voice harder than Harry had ever heard it. "And he is under my protection." A thin smile curved the stranger's lips. "Protection? You think to protect Merlin's chosen from those who have safeguarded his legacy for 1,000 years? We who have dedicated our lives to preserving his wisdom, his power, his purpose?" He shook his head. "The boy must come with us. The awakening has begun, but only we can complete it properly." Harry felt a chill at these words. The core stirred more insistently within him, but not in fear, rather, in recognition. These people knew something about it, about Merlin's intention in creating it. "I'm not going anywhere," Harry said firmly, stepping forward slightly despite Snape's attempt to keep him back. "Whatever Merlin intended, I don't think it involved being kidnapped by strangers." The leader's eyes narrowed. "It speaks with the child's voice still. The integration is not complete." He turned his gaze back to Dumbledore. "You delay the inevitable, old man. The vessel must be properly prepared before the final awakening. Already, the core stirs toward consciousness. Without proper guidance, the boy will be consumed when Merlin's essence fully manifests." A murmur of alarm ran through the assembled witches and wizards. Harry's mind raced, trying to process what the stranger was saying. Consumed? Did that mean the core might eventually take over his mind, his identity? "You speak as if Merlin's essence is sentient," Dumbledore said carefully. "Yet all historical accounts describe the core as a repository of power and knowledge, not consciousness." "Historical accounts written by those who knew nothing," the man spat. "We alone preserve the true understanding of the Master's plan. The core is but seed and soil, the first stage in Merlin's return to guide a world that has strayed far from the path of true magic." The implication struck Harry like a physical blow. These people didn't want to steal Merlin's core from him, they wanted to use him as a vessel for Merlin's actual return, erasing Harry Potter in the process. "That's not what's happening," he said, with more confidence than he felt. I've been connecting with the core for weeks now. It shares knowledge, power, but it's not trying to possess me or replace me." The leader regarded him with something between pity and contempt. The child cannot comprehend what occurs within him. The process is gradual by design, a slow integration that the vessel mistakes for partnership until the transformation is complete. "Enough of this," Madame Bones interrupted, her wand leveled at the intruders. "You have illegally entered Hogwarts, threatened a child under ministry protection, and admitted to what amounts to a conspiracy to commit soul murder. As head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I am placing you under arrest." The three robed figures laughed in unison, a sound that raised the hair on the back of Harry's neck. "Your laws mean nothing to us," the leader said dismissively. "We serve a higher purpose. Now, surrender the vessel or face the conclave's judgment." Without waiting for a response, the three intruders raised their wands in perfect synchronization. A blast of sickly green energy erupted toward the group, so powerful that it manifested as visible light rather than just magical intention. Dumbledore stepped forward, his own wand moving in a complex pattern that conjured a shimmering silver shield. The green energy struck it with a sound like a massive gong, dispersing in crackling arcs around the edges of the shield. "Impressive," the leader acknowledged. "But ultimately futile. The conclave has prepared for this moment for centuries. We will not be denied." What followed was unlike any magical combat Harry could have imagined. The three members of the conclave moved with uncanny coordination, their spells weaving together to create effects that seemed to challenge the very laws of magic. The floor beneath them rippled like water, sections of the ceiling transformed into flocks of razor-winged birds that dive-bombed the defenders, the very air thickened in places, becoming difficult to breathe or move through. Dumbledore was magnificent in response, his magic flowing with a creativity and power that made it clear why he was considered the greatest wizard of the age. McGonagall and Snape fought at his side, their distinctive styles, her precise, technically flawless transfigurations and his inventive, brutally efficient dark arts counters, complementing Dumbledore's broader approach. The other adults contributed as best they could, with Madame Bones and the Malfoys showing particular skill, but it quickly became apparent that this was a battle of elites. Most of the committee members and family representatives had retreated to the edges of the hall, maintaining protective shields around themselves and others rather than engaging directly. Harry found himself pulled back behind a pillar by Draco, who had maneuvered through the chaos to reach him. "We need to get you out of here," Draco hissed, his face pale but determined. "Father says there's a passage behind the staff table that leads to the kitchens. If we can reach it, I can't just run away," Harry protested, watching as Dumbledore deflected a particularly vicious-looking curse. "They're fighting because of me." "That's exactly why you should leave," Draco insisted. "Those freaks want you, not them. If you're gone, maybe they'll give up." Harry shook his head. "You heard what they said. They've been looking for the core for centuries. They won't just give up." A stray spell struck the pillar above them, showering them with stone dust and forcing them to duck lower. The battle was intensifying, the conclave members drawing on increasingly esoteric and dangerous magic as they realized the strength of the opposition they faced. "We need a plan," Harry said, thinking rapidly. "Not to run away, but to end this." He closed his eyes, reaching inward to where Merlin's core pulsed with steadily increasing awareness. "Show me," he whispered to it. "Show me what they fear." The response was immediate, a flood of images and impressions that made Harry gasp. He saw the conclave as they truly were, not guardians of Merlin's legacy but perverters of it, a cult that had twisted the great wizard's final gift into something that served their own obsession with power and control. They didn't want Merlin to return to guide the world, they wanted to harness his power to rule it themselves. And they feared one thing above all, that the core would fulfill its actual purpose, bonding fully with a worthy vessel who would use Merlin's power not as they intended, but as Merlin himself had meant it to be used. Harry's eyes snapped open, a plan forming. "Draco, I need to get closer to them. Not to surrender, but to show them something. Are you mad? Draco demanded. They'll grab you the second you're in reach. Not if your father and the others create a distraction, Harry said. I just need a few seconds where they can all see me clearly. Draco looked skeptical but intrigued. What are you going to do? Something they don't expect, Harry replied, a determined glint in his green eyes. Something the core has been showing me in dreams but that I've never tried awake. Before Draco could protest further, Harry darted out from behind the pillar, keeping low as he made his way to where Lucius Malfoy was maintaining a defensive position near one of the side walls. Mr. Malfoy, he called over the din of battle. I need your help. Malfoy glanced down at him, surprise briefly overriding his usual composure. Potter? You should be taking cover. I have a plan, Harry said urgently. But I need to get closer to them, and I need a distraction. Suspicion flashed across Malfoy's aristocratic features. A plan? What exactly do you intend to do? Something they won't expect, Harry repeated. Something that will prove I'm not just a passive vessel for the core. Please, it could end this without anyone else getting hurt. Malfoy studied him for a long moment, calculation evident in his pale eyes. Then, surprisingly, he nodded. Very well, Potter. A distraction it is. A thin smile curved his lips. I admit I'm curious to see what you're capable of. He straightened, catching the eye of his wife across the hall and making a subtle gesture that she somehow understood immediately. Narcissa in turn signaled to several others, Augusta Longbottom, Arthur Weasley, Andromeda Tonks. Within moments, a coordinated plan seemed to form without words, the kind of silent communication that spoke of shared history and understanding. On my signal, Malfoy told Harry, move directly toward the center aisle. We'll create an opening. Whatever you intend to do, be swift about it. Harry nodded, his heart pounding as he prepared himself. Inside, Merlin's core thrummed with energy, more responsive than it had ever been, not forcing itself upon him, but offering its power freely, a partnership rather than a possession. Malfoy raised his wand, and a series of precisely timed actions unfolded across the hall. Narcissa conjured a swarm of silver butterflies that exploded into blinding light when struck by defensive spells. Augusta Longbottom transformed a section of the floor into quicksand, forcing two of the conclave members to adjust their footing. Arthur Weasley sent a wave of disruption through the magical atmosphere with a spell Harry didn't recognize but that seemed to temporarily interfere with the conclave's coordinated casting. In that moment of disruption, Harry ran straight down the center aisle, directly into the sight line of all three conclave members, who turned toward him with expressions of triumphant hunger. The vessel offers itself, the leader cried, extending his hand toward Harry. Come, child. Fulfill your destiny. Harry stopped about 10 feet away from them, just out of immediate grabbing range. He stood straight, unafraid, and allowed Merlin's core to rise fully into his awareness, not taking control, but working in harmony with his own intention. I know what you really are, Harry said, his voice carrying clearly through the suddenly hushed hall. Not guardians. Not preservers of Merlin's legacy. You're thieves who want to steal what you don't understand. The leader's expression darkened. You know nothing, child. The conclave has betrayed everything Merlin stood for, Harry interrupted, the knowledge flowing through him from the core itself. He didn't create the core to erase the vessel's identity or to let others control its power. He created it as a gift, a partnership between his wisdom and a worthy successor's heart. As he spoke, a soft blue-gold glow began to emanate from his skin, not the violent eruption that had destroyed Privet Drive, but a controlled, deliberate manifestation of the core's energy. The vessel speaks the core's deceptions, the leader snarled, raising his wand. Take him now, before he can resist further. I'm not a vessel, Harry said firmly. I'm Harry Potter. And Merlin's core chose me not to be replaced, but to be enhanced. Like this. With those words, he drew on the knowledge that had come to him in dreams over the past weeks, not just theory or incantations, but the deep understanding of magic as energy, intention, and possibility. He raised his hands, channeling both his own magic and the core's ancient power in perfect synchronization. Expecto Patronum, he said clearly, focusing on his happiest memory, not from his past, which held few truly happy moments, but from his present, the moment he'd realized he belonged at Hogwarts, that he had found a home where his magic was not feared but celebrated. From his outstretched hands erupted not the usual silvery mist of a beginner's attempt, but a fully formed Patronus of extraordinary brightness, a massive stag with antlers like branching lightning, composed entirely of blue-gold light. It was Merlin's core made manifest, yet shaped by Harry's own intention and emotion. The stag charged toward the conclave members, who recoiled in shock and what looked remarkably like fear. Their carefully coordinated magic faltered as they raised defensive spells individually rather than as a unit. "Impossible," the leader gasped. "The vessel cannot direct the core with such precision." "It cannot, I told you," Harry said, his voice steady despite the enormous magical effort he was maintaining. "I'm not a vessel. I'm a partner." Merlin didn't want to return, he wanted to pass on his knowledge and power to someone who would use it wisely. The Patronus stag circled the conclave members, herding them together, its antlers lowered threateningly. The blue-gold light it emanated seemed to interfere with their magic, disrupting the esoteric symbols embroidered on their robes and causing their wands to spark erratically. "You lied to yourselves for centuries," Harry continued, the core feeding him understanding that felt both ancient and immediate. "You thought Merlin meant his core to dominate its host, to prepare for his own return. But that was never his intention. He wanted his legacy to live on through others, not instead of them." The leader's face contorted with rage. "No. The prophecies, the texts, they all pointed to the Master's return through a worthy vessel." "You misinterpreted them," Harry said simply. "Because you wanted power for yourselves, not the fulfillment of Merlin's actual wish." Around them, the battle had largely ceased, all eyes fixed on the extraordinary sight of a 6-year-old boy controlling what appeared to be Merlin's legendary power with calm authority rather than wild destruction. Dumbledore moved forward, wand still ready but his expression one of cautious hope. "Harry? Are you all right?" Harry nodded without taking his eyes off the conclave members. "I'm fine, Professor. The core isn't fighting me or trying to take over. It's teaching me. Showing me what it really is." "And what is that, exactly?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "A gift," Harry replied simply. "A legacy meant to enhance, not replace. Merlin knew no one person should wield too much power for too long, not even himself. So he created the core to find someone who would use it wisely, not to be consumed by it." The leader of the conclave gave a cry of mingled rage and despair. "No. We have waited centuries. The texts promised the Master's return." "Your texts were wrong," Harry said firmly. "Or you read what you wanted to read. Either way, you're not taking the core, and you're not taking me." The Patronus stag lowered its head further, antlers now directly threatening the conclave members. Its blue-gold light intensified, causing their robes to smoke slightly where the magical symbols were embroidered. "I suggest you surrender," Madame Bones said, moving to stand beside Harry. "Unless you'd prefer to test whether Mr. Potter's remarkable control extends to allowing his Patronus to impale you." For a tense moment, it seemed the conclave might still choose to fight. Then the leader slowly lowered his wand, his face a mask of bitterness and disbelief. "This changes nothing," he said coldly. "The vessel may think it understands, but the process has only begun. We will be watching, waiting for the true awakening." "You'll be in Azkaban," Madame Bones corrected him, signaling to Aurors who had arrived during the battle and were now moving forward to take the intruders into custody. "For a very long time." As the conclave members were disarmed and restrained with special magic-suppressing shackles, Harry finally allowed his Patronus to dissipate. The blue-gold light receded, drawing back into his body, and he swayed slightly from the exertion. Dumbledore was at his side instantly, a supportive hand on his shoulder. "That was extraordinary magic, Harry," he said quietly. "Beyond anything I would have thought possible for one your age, even with Merlin's core." Harry looked up at him, suddenly very tired but also strangely peaceful. "It showed me, Professor. In dreams, and just now when I needed it. Not taking over, just offering. Like you said it should." Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled with something like wonder. "It seems our young Mr. Potter has an even greater affinity for this ancient magic than we anticipated. The core isn't attempting to consume him at all, it's responding to qualities in him that align with its purpose." "Then the conclave was entirely wrong?" McGonagall asked, joining them as the hall began to settle, Ministry officials taking charge of the aftermath. "Not entirely, perhaps," Dumbledore mused. "The core does appear to be integrating with Harry's magic, but as a partnership, not a possession. It's an enhancement of who he already is, not a replacement." "Precisely what I would expect from Merlin's true intention," came Ollivander's soft voice as the wandmaker approached. He regarded Harry with his unsettling silver eyes. "The greatest wizards understand that magic is not about dominance but harmony, not forcing one's will upon the world, but aligning oneself with deeper patterns." He extended a gnarled hand toward Harry, palm up. "May I?" Harry nodded, placing his small hand in Ollivander's. The old wandmaker closed his eyes briefly, then smiled, a rare, genuine expression that transformed his usually eerie countenance. "Yes," he said softly. "Most remarkable. The core is indeed bonding with your natural magic, Mr. Potter, but not consuming it. Rather like two streams joining to form a river, each contributing its essence to create something new yet harmonious. This changes my approach to your wand considerably." "It does?" Harry asked tiredly. "Indeed. I had intended to craft a wand with restrictions to contain potential surges from the core. But what you need is not containment but conduction, a wand that can channel this integrated magic smoothly." Ollivander's eyes gleamed with professional enthusiasm. "A unique challenge. I shall begin immediately." As the great hall gradually returned to order, damaged portions being repaired by skilled professors, ministry officials documenting the incident, the conclave members being led away under heavy guard, Harry found himself surrounded by the very people who had been competing for his guardianship just an hour earlier. "That was bloody brilliant, Harry," Ron exclaimed, having apparently escaped his mother's protective custody in the excitement. "A Patronus. A real one. Even my brother Charlie can't cast one properly yet, and he's in 5th year." "Language, Ronald," Molly admonished, but she was beaming at Harry with undisguised pride. "Though he's not wrong, dear. That was extraordinary magic, especially for one so young." "Indeed," Augusta Longbottom agreed, regarding Harry with new respect. "I've never seen such control in a child. Your parents would be immensely proud." "As would your godfather," Andromeda Tonks added softly. "Sirius always said James had a flair for the dramatic. I think you've inherited that along with your mother's precision." Even the Malfoys looked impressed, though Lucius maintained his usual composed demeanor. "Most interesting, Mr. Potter," he said smoothly. "It seems there is more to this partnership with Merlin's core than any of us anticipated." "I told you he was brilliant," Draco said, uncharacteristically enthusiastic as he joined the group. "Did you see how that stag thing made their robes smoke? Their fancy magic symbols just sort of melted." Harry smiled weakly, the adrenaline of the confrontation fading and leaving him exhausted. "Thanks for helping with the distraction," he said to the assembled adults. "All of you." "I believe," Dumbledore said, rejoining the group after consulting with Madame Bones, "that today's events may have rendered our earlier guardianship discussion somewhat moot. It seems clear that Harry's connection to Merlin's core is developing in ways none of us fully anticipated, and that Hogwarts remains the safest and most appropriate place for him to continue that development. He looked around at the potential guardians. However, I stand by our compromise. Regular visits with all of you would benefit Harry enormously, providing the family connections and varied perspectives that even Hogwarts cannot supply alone. There were nods of agreement all around, even from Lucius Malfoy, whose calculating expression suggested he was already considering how best to maintain influence under these new circumstances. "If I might make a suggestion," Andromeda Tonks said, her aristocratic features softening as she looked at Harry's tired face, "perhaps what Harry needs most right now is rest, not more discussions about his future. The poor child has just performed magic that would exhaust a fully trained adult wizard." "Quite right," McGonagall agreed immediately. "Harry, let's get you to the hospital wing. Madame Pomfrey will want to check you over after such significant magical exertion." As Harry allowed himself to be led away, supported by McGonagall on one side and Dumbledore on the other, he felt a curious sense of peace despite the chaos and danger they'd just endured. For the first time since learning about Merlin's core, he wasn't afraid of the power inside him. He understood it now, not completely, perhaps, but enough to know it wasn't a threat to his identity or his future. It was, as he'd told the Conclave, a gift. A partnership between his heart and Merlin's wisdom. And somehow, instinctively, he knew that was exactly what the ancient wizard had intended all along. The next few weeks passed in a whirl of activity and adjustment. News of the attack on Hogwarts and Harry's extraordinary display of magical control spread throughout the wizarding world, spawning endless speculation and a fresh wave of fascination with the boy who lived, now Merlin's heir. The Ministry, eager to demonstrate its competence after such a security breach, formally approved Dumbledore and McGonagall's shared guardianship of Harry, though with the stipulation that he continue regular visits with the other applicant families. It was, Madame Bones told Harry privately, the best possible outcome: stability and specialized magical training at Hogwarts, combined with the family connections and varied experiences that would help him develop normally despite his extraordinary circumstances. Ollivander, true to his word, began crafting a wand specifically designed for Harry's unique magical signature. The process was detailed and somewhat mysterious, involving multiple visits to measure not just Harry's physical dimensions but the evolving patterns of his integrated magic. The wand maker seemed to take particular delight in the challenge, muttering about unprecedented combinations and harmonic resonances as he tested different woods and core materials against Harry's magical aura. Meanwhile, Harry's training continued, but with a new focus based on their improved understanding of his connection to Merlin's core. Instead of treating it as a separate power to be contained, his instructors now helped him explore the integration process, learning to access and direct the combined magic in controlled, intentional ways. "The key," Dumbledore explained during one of their sessions, "is not to think of your magic and Merlin's core as separate entities that must be balanced, but as complementary aspects of a unified whole. Your natural magic provides intuition, emotional connection, and personal intent. The core contributes deeper knowledge, refined technique, and expanded capacity." Harry nodded, finding this approach much more natural than the previous emphasis on containment. "It's like having a really experienced partner who knows things I don't yet, but lets me decide where we're going." "An apt metaphor," Dumbledore agreed, his blue eyes twinkling. "And I believe that partnership will deepen as you grow, with the core gradually sharing more of its knowledge as you become ready to receive it." "Through the dreams?" Harry asked. "Perhaps, and through other means we may not yet understand. Magical inheritances of this nature often unfold in unexpected ways." By mid-September, as Hogwarts filled with returning students for the new term, Harry had settled into a new routine that balanced his specialized magical training with more conventional educational needs and, importantly, time to simply be a child. He spent weekdays at Hogwarts, living in redesigned quarters adjacent to Professor McGonagall's and participating in a carefully structured program of magical and academic instruction. Weekends were divided between visits to his prospective guardian families, Fridays and Saturdays with the Weasleys at the Burrow, where he was gradually becoming just another child in the chaotic, loving household, Sundays with Andromeda and Ted Tonks, whose quieter home and thoughtful conversations provided a different but equally valuable environment. Once a month, he spent a weekend at Longbottom Manor, getting to know Neville, a shy boy his age who seemed both intimidated by and drawn to Harry. And, somewhat to everyone's surprise, Harry continued his friendship with Draco Malfoy, visiting Malfoy Manor occasionally under carefully negotiated conditions. Lucius Malfoy, ever adaptable, had shifted smoothly from pursuing direct guardianship to positioning himself as an essential advisor and connection to traditional wizarding culture. It was a role Dumbledore monitored closely but allowed, recognizing that Harry would need to navigate the complex political landscape of the wizarding world as he grew older. On a crisp October morning, Harry stood in Ollivander's shop in Diagon Alley, Dumbledore and McGonagall at his side, as the wand-maker finally presented the completed wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather, 11 inches, with a most unusual modification, Ollivander announced, opening an elegant black box lined with blue velvet. The Phoenix Feather core has been infused with a crystal filament derived from a stone found at the heart of Merlin's original tower, one of the last known artifacts directly connected to his magic. The wand inside the box was beautiful, warm golden brown wood polished to a soft glow, with delicate runes carved along its length that seemed to shift subtly when viewed from different angles. It is, I believe, the only wand of its kind ever created, Ollivander continued. Designed not merely to channel your natural magic, but to harmonize with the ancient power you carry. The holly represents your own life force, strong, protective, occasionally volatile. The phoenix feather, symbolizing rebirth and transformation, bridges between your magic and Merlin's legacy. And the crystal filament provides resonance with the core itself. Harry reached out slowly, hesitantly, his fingertips hovering just above the wand. Will it still have the ministry restrictions? Some preliminary ones, yes, Ollivander acknowledged. But they are calibrated to your unique situation, designed to prevent accidental discharge rather than limiting your intentional magic. As your control develops, they will gradually fade without needing to be formally removed. Taking a deep breath, Harry picked up the wand. Immediately, a wave of warmth spread up his arm, and a stream of blue gold and silver sparks erupted from the wand's tip, dancing around the shop like jubilant fireflies. It felt right. Not like a tool he was holding, but like an extension of himself, both his own magic and Merlin's core responding to the wand's perfect attunement. Yes, Ollivander whispered, his silver eyes alight with professional satisfaction. A perfect match, as I expected. This wand will serve you well, Mr. Potter, as you grow into your extraordinary inheritance. Harry looked up at Dumbledore, who was watching with an expression of gentle pride. Thank you, Harry said quietly. For everything, for believing in me, for helping me understand what the core really is. You have done the hardest work yourself, Harry, Dumbledore replied. By approaching this unexpected power with courage and humility, you have already demonstrated why Merlin's core chose you as its partner. As they left the shop, wand safely stored in its box until they returned to Hogwarts for Harry's first proper wand work lesson, Harry felt a profound sense of rightness about the path ahead. It would not be easy, he still had so much to learn, and the Conclave's attack had demonstrated that there would always be those who coveted the power he carried. But he was not alone. He had Hogwarts, with its ancient protections and wise instructors. He had the Weasleys, the Tonkses, and even the complicated connection to the Malfoys. He had new friends like Ron and Neville, and the prospect of more when he eventually joined Hogwarts as a regular student. And he had Merlin's core, not as a burden to bear or a separate entity to fear, but as a partner in his journey, offering wisdom and power to a boy who had promised himself he would use both wisely. As they approached the leaky cauldron to flow back to Hogwarts, Harry paused, looking up at the blue October sky. For a moment, he thought he saw a pattern in the clouds, a shape like a stag with branching antlers, formed of sunlight and shadow. Coming, Harry? McGonagall called, holding the door open. Yes, Professor, he replied, smiling as he turned away from the sky and toward his future. I'm ready. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.